Chapter 184. Walking on the street, Wu Yan held a bag in each of his hands. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his back, causing him to shiver violently. He looked around in bewilderment as if trying to find the source of the danger. What's wrong? Shokuho Misaki, who was holding Wu Yan's hand, of course felt Wu Yan shiver. She held an ice cream in her hand and looked at Wu Yan in confusion. Wu Yan scratched his head, knocked on his forehead, and exhaled. Nothing, it's probably an illusion. Shokuho Misaki rolled her eyes at Wu Yan. You're being paranoid, are you still afraid of those subordinates? Wu Yan's face fell, he bitterly smiled. Well, who knows how they knew we were here, if I didn't run fast enough. Recalling the assortment of weapons in the hands of the supporters of the Queen's faction, even scissors, Wu Yan couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. You're right, how did they know we were here? Shokuho Misaki frowned. She's good at scheming, subconsciously trying to figure out the answer to these questions. Wu Yan shrugged, he laughed. Who knows, maybe not just them, maybe the entire Tokugawa knows we're here for a date. Wu Yan, who casually said this, got a bad premonition. Of course, the premonition came and went as quickly as it came. By the time Wu Yan reacted to it, it was already gone. Puzzled, Wu Yan touched his chest. Since he couldn't figure it out, he stopped thinking about it. He looked at Shokuho Misaki, who was deep in thought. He reached out and poked her forehead. Shokuho Misaki, who thought Wu Yan was going to poke her, almost screamed. Don't think about it, who cares what it is? It's not a life-threatening situation, why think so much? As he went on, his voice got weaker and weaker. Thinking about the tools in the hands of the girls that could humiliate him 100 times over, his mouth twitched. No, maybe I should think about it, this is definitely a life-threatening situation. Hearing Wu Yan's words, Shokuho Misaki couldn't help but laugh. She was amused by Wu Yan's strange confession. Shokuho Misaki probably didn't know that she smiled more today than she did in her entire life. Of course, excluding the fake smile she used to deal with others. But after hearing Wu Yan's words, Shokuho Misaki didn't think too much about it. She licked the ice cream in her hand and put it in front of Wu Yan's mouth, to let Wu Yan take a bite. They've done this countless times before. Looking at how intimate they are, if they were to tell others that this is their first meeting, out of 100 people, 100 would not believe it. Maybe, even the people involved wouldn't understand why. Walking on the street, Wu Yan suddenly stopped and looked at a building. His eyes seemed to be fixed on that building. He looked up at the signboard on the building and didn't say anything. What's wrong? Since Wu Yan didn't move, Shokuho Misaki, who was holding his hand, couldn't move either. She followed Wu Yan's line of sight and she froze. You're not thinking of going in, are you? Shokuho Misaki took a deep breath and asked with a smile. Of course, this smile was a bit forced. Wu Yan nodded without hesitation, his eyes almost lit up, his lips curled into a smile that made Shokuho Misaki tremble in fear. Looks pretty good, let's go in and have some fun. Shokuho Misaki looked at Wu Yan speechlessly. She seriously looked at the sign that says indoor swimming pool, her eyes filled with contempt towards Wu Yan. Even if I don't use my ability, I can guess what you're thinking. Shokuho Misaki said. Wu Yan rubbed his nose and smiled. What's wrong with that? I don't even know how long it's been since I last swam. Shokuho Misaki moved her face closer to Wu Yan's and asked suspiciously. Are you sure your real goal is to swim? Wu Yan curled his lips and asked directly. Then are you going or not? I'm going. Shokuho Misaki puffed out her chest. This action undoubtedly made a well-developed part of her body even more dangerous, as if to emphasize it. Sitting on a stool, Wu Yan was wearing a pair of boxer shorts. Looking at the empty pool in front of him, he was speechless. Quoting Jusama's words, I don't want to squeeze in a pool with other men, she actually asked Wu Yan to book the entire swimming pool. Even though Wu Yan still has a lot of gold coins, but to book the entire swimming pool and disturb other people's enjoyment, Wu Yan of course wouldn't do it. But this place is quite big, there are quite a few swimming pools, so Wu Yan booked one of them. Wu Yan anxiously waited. Finally, the door to the changing room was pushed open. Jusama walked out from inside. The moment they came out, Wu Yan started rejoicing over the fact that he managed to book a swimming pool. If other guys were to see such a beautiful sight, I'm sure a lot of guys would break up tonight. Bikini. A very pure set of bikini. And it's leopard print. This leopard print bikini on Jusama, who is at least a grade D, has a beautiful figure, delicate face, long blonde hair and golden starry eyes. It couldn't be more compatible. It even gave Wu Yan the idea that this set of bikini was created just for her. Seeing the admiration in Wu Yan's eyes, Shokuhu Misaki couldn't help but feel a little proud. After all, when they met this morning, Wu Yan only praised her eyes, completely ignoring her charm. Now that Wu Yan is appreciating her beauty again, Shokuhu Misaki felt a sense of satisfaction. Of course, it's more like she's secretly happy. Wu Yan seriously looked at Shokuhu Misaki, finally fixing his eyes on the pair of big white rabbits in front of her chest. Shokuhu Misaki not only didn't feel shy, she even puffed out her chest, her pair of big white rabbits bouncing up and down. Wu Yan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Seeing Wu Yan's expression, Shokuhu Misaki charmingly smiled, and said in a sweet voice, "Do you want to touch it?" The cold and tender voice made Wu Yan's heart skip a beat. He immediately became vigilant. This chick is not that easy to take advantage of, she must be planning to play with me again. Thinking about this, Wu Yan didn't realize that he's already taken advantage of her more than enough. For example, eating the same ice cream as her. What are you up to now? Wu Yan looked at Shokuhu Misaki with vigilance. He asked cautiously. His fearful look made Shokuhu Misaki smile. In order to prevent Shokuhu Misaki from coming up with any ideas, Wu Yan quickly said, "Okay, don't talk so much, let's go swim." After saying that, he directly pulled Shokuhu Misaki's hand and walked towards the swimming pool, making Shokuhu Misaki's little plan die in her stomach. She had no choice but to give up and be dragged into the water. Wu Yan, who was immersed in playing with the water, didn't know. In fact, while he was having fun, danger has already arrived. At the entrance of the indoor swimming pool, at this time, there are two guests. Both of them are wearing Tokuwade school uniform. One is a girl with short brown hair, the other is a girl with pink twin ponytails. It's Mikoto and Kuriko. That's right, Yen is here. After closing her eyes and sensing something, Mikoto said with certainty. Her eyes flashed dangerously, her forehead emitted a few sparks of electricity. All these signs are proof that Mikoto's heart is not calm right now. Kuriko, who should be gloating and kicking Mikoto when she's down, is cowering behind Mikoto, looking at Mikoto's reaction. Her body involuntarily trembled. After spending so much time with her sister, how could Kuriko not know that her sister is going to make a big scene today, if she bumps into her? Thinking of the consequences, Kuriko laughed dryly and muttered, "Woo woo." Kuriko doesn't dare to eat Wanisama's whipping this time. Chapter 185. When Mikoto strode into the indoor swimming pool, Wu Yan, who was happily swimming in the pool, suddenly froze and stood up from the pool. Why is she here? Wu Yan was stunned. If Mikoto can sense his electromagnetic field with the same ability, Wu Yan can also sense Mikoto's presence. In Wu Yan's perception, Mikoto is here. What? Why is she here? Shokuhu Misaki stopped swimming and looked at Wu Yan in confusion. Who's here? Why do you have such a big reaction? Looking at Shokuhu Misaki's starry eyes, Wu Yan felt a headache coming on. If these two meet, it's not going to end well. Seeing Wu Yan's expression, Shokuhu Misaki seemed to have understood something. She raised her eyebrows and said, "It can't be." Wu Yan laughed awkwardly. Just as his guilty laughter sounded, a burst of beep 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 sound entered their ears from not far away. Wu Yen froze. Looking at Wu Yen and Shokuho Misaki in swimsuits, Mikoto lowered her head. Her bangs covered her eyes, everything above her nose was shrouded in shadow. From time to time, her body would emit sparks of electricity. An aura like a volcano on the verge of eruption rose from her body. Kuriko tilted her body and looked at Wu Yen in the pool at a 45-degree angle. She looked at him with contempt and disdain, as if she was looking at a scum. Listening to the beep-beep-beep sound, Wu Yen really didn't want to look back. But if he really did that, then he might really be a scum. He looked at Mikoto helplessly. Misaka-san, I didn't expect to meet you here. What a coincidence. Wu Yen, who was about to say something, was interrupted by this sweet voice. Before he could react, he felt his arm being hugged tightly. A very soft and comfortable feeling spread through his body. By the time Wu Yen reacted, Shokuho Misaki was already lying on top of him. Wu Yen slapped his forehead and sighed. Shokuho Misaki must be using him to amuse Mikoto. Sure enough, seeing Shokuho Misaki hugging Wu Yan's arm intimately, Mikoto couldn't hold back anymore and exploded. You! Mikoto's angry voice came out of her mouth. Following that, a bluish-white electric current shot towards the two in the pool in a blink of an eye. Shokuho Misaki didn't seem to be afraid of Mikoto's attack. She seemed to have expected it. She buried her head tightly in Wu Yan's arm, planning to use him as a human shield. Wu Yan jumped in fright. This cis cannon really can generate electricity just like that. There was no warning at all, but Wu Yan could still see that Mikoto's electric current wasn't even half of her full power. But Mikoto seemed to have forgotten that Wu Yan and Shokuho Misaki were in the pool. Wu Yan raised his hand and waved at the electric current that Mikoto shot at him. As if he was summoning something, the electric current accelerated, gathered together and hit Wu Yan's hand before disappearing. Putting down his raised hand, Wu Yan looked at Mikoto and said helplessly. I say Mikoto, I know you're very angry right now, but you need to look at the situation before you lose your temper. Generate electricity, we're in the pool. Mikoto was stunned for a moment before realizing that they were in the pool. She quickly waved her hand. So sorry. After apologizing, Mikoto was stunned again. That's not right, she's here to criticize. Why did she have to apologize to the culprit? Still doing things your own way, Misaka-san. Shokuho Misaki raised her head and used a familiar tone to greet Mikoto. But it wasn't hard to hear the provocation in her voice. Mikoto glared at Shokuho Misaki. She knew that if she were to fight with Shokuho Misaki, she wouldn't be able to win even if there were 100 of her. So she ignored Shokuho Misaki and glared at Wu Yen. Why are you with her? Mikoto pointed at Shokuho Misaki and shouted at Wu Yen. She invited me. Wu Yan's answer was simple and concise. She invited you. Mikoto glanced at Shokuho Misaki, who was covering her mouth with her hand, and turned to Wu Yen. She narrowed her eyes and her tone turned unpleasant. So you went on a date with her? How did you know? Wu Yen flinched as he looked at Mikoto in surprise. Mikoto raised her tightly clenched fist when she heard him. How did I know? Of course I know. Not just me, the entire Tokiwadai knows that you're going on a date with the fifth. The entire Tokiwadai knows. Not only Wu Yen, even Shokuho Misaki was stunned. They didn't expect that in less than half a day, the entire Tokiwadai knows about their relationship. Yeah, everyone knows. Mikoto forced a smile, but her voice sounded like she was gnashing her teeth. She looked at Wu Yen with tears in her eyes. Why are you going on a date with this woman? Misaka-san, how can you say that? Shokuho Misaki hugged Wu Yan's arm and rubbed her face against Wu Yan's hand. Mikoto was furious. Isn't it normal to go on a date with your boyfriend? Boyfriend? Mikoto yelled. She couldn't believe the two hugging each other. Kuriko, who was playing the background role, laughed. That scum actually has a relationship with the person that Wani-sama hates the most. Now, that scum can't touch Wani-sama anymore. That's what she thought in her heart. Young lady, touch what? You've already turned black. Seeing Mikoto's dazed expression, Shokuho Misaki laughed happily. But then she felt a sharp pain in her forehead. Wu Yan retracted his hand that was about to poke Shokuho Misaki's forehead and rolled his eyes at her. Can you please do me a favor and stop provoking me? Shokuho Misaki grunted in dissatisfaction and turned her head away. But she didn't say anything else. She seemed to have heard Wu Yan's words. Mikoto, who was familiar with her, was surprised. Well, Mikoto, you know her surname. Don't listen to her nonsense. Today is the first time we met. Wu Yan's explanation didn't make Mikoto feel better. Instead, it made her even angrier. She pointed at Wu Yan. Mikoto was so angry that her body trembled. She stomped her feet on the ground. First time we met and you went on a date. You can't help it. Wu Yan pretended to be wronged. He acted like he was the biggest victim in the world. Instead of admitting his mistake, he blamed Mikoto. Mikoto, you didn't want to go on a date with me. I can only find someone else. You scum want to go on a date with Wani-sama. Don't even think about it. Hearing Wu Yan's words, Kuriko suddenly jumped out and yelled. But before she could finish, Mikoto punched her on the ground. She went silent. Mikoto looked at Wu Yan, her face was completely red. You know, with Kuriko around, I couldn't find a chance, that's why you can't blame me. Wu Yan said. His ability to twist facts has reached the point of perfection. Mikoto gritted her teeth. She glanced at Shokuho Misaki and then glared at Wu Yan. Even if you wanted to go on a date, you could have gone for Chuju. Even if there's no Chuju, you could have gone for Ikaros or Astria. Why her? Shokuho Misaki didn't mind Mikoto's words. Instead, she focused on something else. Chuju. Ikaros. Astria. Who's that? Shokuho Misaki's last sentence was directed at Wu Yan. Obviously, she was asking him. Wu Yan shrugged and looked at Shokuho Misaki. Someone important. Someone very important. Shokuho Misaki didn't ask anymore. She silently memorized the 3 names. With her means, it's not surprising that she can find out something. Once again, Shokuho Misaki didn't notice that she was starting to pay attention to this stranger she just met today. Chapter 186. Perhaps it's because Wu Yan admitted to Shokuho Misaki that he has a very important person in front of her. Mikoto's angry face calmed down a little. In any case, you need to leave that woman. She's not as simple as you think. You won't even know when she's going to sell you off. Wu Yan of course understands why Mikoto would say that. Indeed, with Shokuho Misaki's ability, if she really wants to sell someone off, the other party might even help her count the money. Mikoto is also reminding Wu Yan. With Shokuho Misaki's methods, she's the one who eats the most. Mikoto has been dealt with by her many times, that's why she hates Shokuho Misaki so much. It's just that it's not Mikoto's personality to speak ill of others in broad daylight. That's why she changed it to not simple. Actually, she's just worried that Wu Yan might be manipulated by her. Of course, Wu Yan won't be manipulated. Otherwise, he wouldn't have accepted Shokuho Misaki's invitation to visit her territory despite knowing her background. The main reason is because he has the same ability as Mikoto, immune to Shokuho Misaki's manipulation. That's why he dared to visit her. As the ace of Tokuwadai, Misaka-san's words are really rude. Shokuho Misaki of course knew what Mikoto was trying to imply. After all, she was planning to control Wu Yan to attack Mikoto. That's why she invited Wu Yan to visit her. Mikoto didn't hold back. It's not like this is the first time you've used this method. Isn't this rude? Are you afraid of being scolded? I don't care what you plan to do, Shokuho Misaki. If you dare to hurt the people around me, I won't forgive you. Shokuho Misaki narrowed her starry eyes and looked back at Mikoto without a care. I'm the one who wants to scold you, Misaka-san. Don't you think it's rude to suddenly intrude on someone's date? Mikoto laughed. Her laughter was so sarcastic that it surprised Wu Yen. At the same time, he sighed. Mikoto would never act like this in front of a person. One could imagine how much Mikoto hated Shokuho Misaki. Get involved in your date. Didn't you hear it just now? Yen only went on a date with you because I didn't get to go on a date with him. You're just a backup. Misaka, since you've already said that you didn't get to go on a date with Yen, then please leave. Don't disturb our date, we still have to swim, you. Mikoto clenched her teeth and shouted, I can do it now. So she wanted to go on a date with Yen. The one who should leave is you. Oh. Is that so? Shokuho Misaki rested her face on Wu Yan's shoulder, rubbing her chest against Wu Yan's as she spoke seductively to Wu Yen. Hey, little Yen, what do you say? Let little Axeon go on a date with you, what do you think? Wu Yen felt goosebumps all over his body. Even though Shokuho Misaki was speaking so close to him, her warm scent was all over his face, and her body was rubbing against his body, making him feel all kinds of pleasure. But the nickname between Little Yen and Little Axeon is really, don't mess around. Wu Yen glared at her. Even though Shokuho Misaki is very seductive, Mikoto is his rightful partner. If he angered her, he would be in trouble. Unfortunately, Shokuho Misaki seemed determined to fight with Mikoto for this time. Not only did she not listen to Wu Yen, she raised her arms and wrapped them around Wu Yan's neck, pressing her plump breasts against Wu Yan's chest. Little Yen, just say it, Shokuho Misaki's voluptuous body wriggled in front of Wu Yen. She slowly moved her face closer, as if she was going to kiss him in the next second. It was very seductive. Shokuho Misaki's seduction made Wu Yen explode with pleasure, but Mikoto wasn't. Seeing Shokuho Misaki rubbing her chest, from Mikoto's perspective, against Wu Yan's body, Mikoto's temper flared up. She stood by the pool and shouted. Yen! Say it! You want to go on a date with that woman? Or do you want to go on a date with me? No. Wani-sama, dating. Kuriko, the lump on the ground seemed to be provoked by Mikoto's words. It raised its trembling hand, intending to protest, but all it got was a casual kick from Mikoto. It went silent again. Ha! Who do you want to go on a date with? Hurry up and choose. Yen, little Yen, X2 looking at the two girls staring at him, Wu Yan's mouth twitched, he couldn't stay calm anymore. With tears streaming down his face, Wu Yen screamed in his heart. What the hell is this? How is this possible? Under the urging of the two girls' demon eyes of death perception, Wu Yan's scalp went numb, he had no choice but to make a choice. If I really want to go on a date, of course I want to go with Mikoto, the two girls reacted differently. Shokuho Misaki gnashed her teeth as if she wasn't willing to give up. As for disappointment, well, I guess she's a bit disappointed. After all, Wu Yen left a mark in her heart. Mikoto, on the other hand, smiled happily, not only because she won against Shokuho Misaki, but also because she didn't misjudge him. In the end, Wu Yen may be a playboy, but he's not the type to abandon women. Shokuho Misaki retracted her hand from Wu Yan's neck and said with dissatisfaction, I didn't expect your taste to be so bad, you'd rather choose that flat-chested girl than me. Mikoto's smile froze, she couldn't help it, Shokuho Misaki's words were too sharp, it hit her where it hurts the most. Wu Yen shrugged and smiled, well, Mikoto is my woman, of course I'd choose her. Hearing this, Mikoto's frozen face trembled again. A wave of redness spread from her neck to her entire face, and smoke almost came out. Oh. Is that so? Shokuhu Misaki paused for a moment, then returned to normal. She felt a little disappointed, but it was only for a moment. Wu Yan nodded calmly, then he laughed a little weirdly. Also, dating with Mikoto, you can do a lot of interesting activities, Yen. How could Mikoto not know what Wu Yan is talking about with that weird laugh and those words that seem to have a deeper meaning? She's experienced it herself. Recalling their last date, the scene at the cinema, Mikoto blushed and stuttered. Her mouth opened and closed but she couldn't say anything. Shokuhu Misaki isn't a simple-minded person, so of course she knew what Wu Yan was referring to. In addition to Mikoto's reaction, Shokuhu Misaki was stunned. You guys. Have you already? Shokuhu Misaki's meaning was obvious. She was asking if Wu Yan and Mikoto had already done it. No. That's not it. Mikoto took 2 steps back. Smoke was coming out of her head. She glared at Wu Yan, cursing in her heart. This bastard, he actually said it out loud, so embarrassing. Shokuhu Misaki looked at Mikoto's red face in disbelief, then looked at Wu Yan. A thick sense of jealousy rose from her heart. She still remembers how Wu Yan stood up for Misaka Mikoto in front of her, claiming that Mikoto wouldn't participate in her game, saying that her stage isn't here. She still remembers how everyone used to hate her eyes, seeing her as a monster, but from Wu Yan's mouth, they became a pair of beautiful eyes. She still remembers how Wu Yan helped her to correct her point of view towards the people who gave her pointers. He also helped her to correct her point of view. She still remembers holding hands with Wu Yan, eating the same ice cream with Wu Yan, laughing together, playing together. Today, for Shokuhu Misaki, is no doubt different, but the person who made all of this happen is the other half of Mikoto, the person she thought was her rival. Really, all the beautiful things will leave me. While thinking so, Shokuhu Misaki looked at the flustered Mikoto with a flushed face. She gritted her teeth and grumbled in dissatisfaction. Humph, such a bland taste, yet you like this body, am I not as good as her? Chapter 187. On the way back to Tokuwadai, Wu Yan looked at the 2 girls who completely occupied his arms and hugged him tightly. He sighed as if he had a headache. One of his arms was being held by Mikoto, one side of her face was red as she glared at Wu Yan's other arm. As for the other side, he was being held by Shokuhu Misaki. Compared to Mikoto, who was glaring at him and blushing, Shokuhu Misaki's expression was filled with sweetness. She had a smile on her face as she rested her head on Wu Yan's shoulder. She looked very happy, but Wu Yan knew that there was a 99% chance that she was faking it. Feeling the soft bodies of the 2 girls while enduring the stares of the passers-by, Wu Yan's current situation proved that he was in pain but happy at the same time. As for who he's going on a date with, in the end, it's just a matter of course. Although he really wants to go on another passionate date with Mikoto, he's still dating Shokuhu Misaki. How can he just abandon a girl he just went on a date with and go on a date with another girl? How can he do that? In the end, the date was gone and the swimming plan was ruined. Of course, Wu Yan was satisfied. After all, his desire to see Jusama in a swimsuit was fulfilled. It's just that, for some reason, Jusama kept using him as a public display of affection in front of Mikoto. It's as if she's trying to steal Mikoto's love away from her. Wu Yan is both speechless and enjoying it at the same time. However, he had to admit that Her Majesty Queen's plan was very successful. Just look at Sis Cannon's performance. Normally, Mikoto would at most hold his hand in public. She would never wrap her arms around his hand intimately. Of course, the one who benefited in the end was still Wu Yan. Alright, we're here. Hurry up and let go. Seeing the Tokuwadai dormitory appear in front of them, Wu Yan helplessly said to the 2 girls who were still in a confrontation. Along the way, Wu Yan's hands were almost numb. Mikoto wanted to let go of Shokuhu Misaki's hand, but when she saw that Shokuhu Misaki didn't let go, she stopped and shouted at Shokuhu Misaki, "Hey, did you not hear? Let go of me. Not only did Shokuho Misaki not let go, she hugged him even tighter, causing Wu Yan's hand to sink into her pair of plump breasts. Misaka classmate, Xiao Yan also told you to let go, so hurry up and let go. Let go first. Mikoto said childishly. Childishly was a good way to describe her. At this point in time, there was no need to argue about who should let go first. At least, Wu Yan felt that she was too weak. Since Misaka classmate doesn't want to let go, then I don't mind either, Shokuho Misaki said with a "I got lucky" expression. Actually, the one who got lucky is the one you hugged tighter and tighter. Looking at the shameless Shokuho Misaki, Mikoto felt as if a blue and white electric current flashed across her forehead. She also tightened her arms and shouted, hugging someone else's boyfriend's hand, "Don't you have any sense of shame? Era, is Misaka classmate declaring your sovereignty?" Shokuho Misaki giggled, she pointed out. You were the one who told your boyfriend to go on dates with Hinajuku, Ikaros, Astria, and so on, so she still remembers that. Mikoto was also shocked, her expression changed, she fidgeted for a while and then stomped her feet. They're different. What's different? Seeing that Mikoto didn't want to reveal any information about the three girls, Shokuho Misaki's eyes flashed with disappointment. She smiled and said, since Misaka classmate allows your boyfriend to go on dates with other girls, then it's the same with me. It's not the same. Then what's the difference? Mikoto started stammering. In the end, she could only yell out. Anyway, it's different. Let go of me. No. Hurry up and let go. I'm not letting go. Seeing the two beauties bickering with each other, and the reason is because of him, Wu Yan felt a wave of pleasure in his heart, but soon his mouth started twitching. Didn't they notice that the noise below their dorm is getting a little loud? What Mikoto and Shokuho Misaki didn't notice is that the windows on every floor of Tokuwadai's dorm are already open. Countless girls in Tokuwadai's school uniform are crowding around the windows, looking down at Mikoto and Shokuho Misaki, who are intimately hugging the same guy and arguing loudly about something. They all look like they saw a ghost, their eyes wide open. Am I seeing things? One of the girls from Tokuwadai rubbed her eyes. As if trying to dispel the illusion in front of her, she rubbed her eyes with all her might. I think I'm seeing things. Another girl standing next to her said calmly, she's different from the girl who tried to dispel the illusion. She's convinced that everything in front of her is an illusion. Of course, it's not just them. The other girls from Tokuwadai also reacted from the series of events. They all looked at each other in disbelief. Isn't that Misaka-sama and Shokuho-sama? Yeah, what are they doing? Seems like they're fighting over who should let go of that guy first. That's impossible, Misaka-sama. Shokuho-sama, are hugging the same guy. This can't be real. Who's that guy? Could it be the second or first among the LV5 players? He actually managed to win the hearts of our Tokuwadai's Electric Princess and Shokuho Queen. As more and more people started discussing, the voices got louder and louder. Gradually, the whispers turned into loud noises, echoing throughout the entire Tokuwadai dormitory. It also rang in the ears of the two girls who were arguing. The discussion got louder and louder until it reached the ears of the two girls. The two girls' argument got quieter and quieter until it was negligible. When they turned to look at the direction of the dormitory, the two girls froze at the same time. After regaining her senses, Mikoto reflexively let go of Wu Yan's hand. Shokuho Misaki, on the other hand, regained her composure after seeing the scene in Tokuwadai dormitory. She openly hugged Wu Yan's hand. After seeing Mikoto let go, she showed a victorious smile. Mikoto gritted her teeth, listening to the discussion. Her face started to redden. In the end, she gave up and shouted, "Let go!" This time, Shokuho Misaki was obedient. She naturally let go of Wu Yan's hand. Her calm demeanor was a stark contrast to the flustered Mikoto. This made Wu Yan sigh. But soon, his expression started to become unnatural. if that guy can win the hearts of Misaka-sama and Shokuha-sama, what right does he have? That's right, he's not handsome, and he doesn't look like he's LVL5. I really don't know why the two girls are arguing over him. I think he used despicable means to win their hearts. Many men are like this, even in TV dramas. Then aren't Misaka-sama and Shokuha-sama in danger? No. We have to save Misaka-sama and Shokuha-sama. We have to destroy that bastard. Yes. We have to come up with a plan, we have to do it secretly. The more Wu Yan listened, the more cold sweat poured down his back. Seeing the Tokiwadai girls about to rush down, he quickly said to the two girls. Since you're here, I'll take my leave first, that's all. Without waiting for the two girls to reply, he left a trail of smoke behind him and disappeared without a trace. The two girls froze for a bit before they came to their senses. They looked at each other before Mikoto snorted and left. Shokuha Misaki stood there looking at Wu Yan's back as he left. Then, she looked at Mikoto who just entered the dormitory. Her lips curled into a smile as she mumbled to herself. We'll meet again, on the other side, by the pool of an indoor swimming pool. A certain black and white ponytailed girl was lying on the ground, her eyes rolled back, her body twitched from time to time. She didn't struggle for a long time, she had been completely forgotten by them. Chapter 188. Without using his strength, Wu Yan ran as fast as he could and left the Tokiwadai dormitory that was no different from hell to him now. Until he could no longer see a corner of the Tokiwadai dormitory, Wu Yan slowly stopped running and looked back. After confirming that no one was chasing him, Wu Yan sighed in relief and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. When he saw Super Canon and Majin before, Wu Yan thought that the girls in Tokiwadai should be the kind of girls from rich families. After all, during the summer season, the Tokiwadai girls who dressed up as maids were all as soft as water. After today, Wu Yan will no longer think so. The girls in Tokiwadai are not water, they are clearly wolves and tigers. Recalling Shokuha Misaki's support team and the dangerous words of the girls in the Tokiwadai dormitory, Wu Yan's body trembled. He swore that if there is no reason, he will never go there again. It seems that the only girls in Tokiwadai are probably those two who follow after marriage, Fufu Wanbin and Wan Nei Shirbao. Thinking of this, Wu Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then he walked in the direction of his home, but soon his footsteps paused. Of course, it was only for a moment, and then he stepped out unnoticed and walked back home as if nothing happened. With his hands behind his head, Wu Yan casually moved his feet. If one were to look closely, they would notice that Wu Yan is purposely avoiding places with a lot of people. He's trying his best to go to places with less people. With Wu Yan's deliberate actions, the surrounding pedestrians became fewer and fewer. In the end, there were not many pedestrians around. At this time, in the corner behind Wu Yan, two people wearing black suits and sunglasses, dressed like gangsters, quickly caught up with Wu Yan and stood in front of him, blocking his way. Seeing these two people, Wu Yan took 2 steps back with a little fear on his face, but he pretended to be calm and said, "What are you doing?" "Robbing." "Sorry, I don't have money." The two people in black suits looked at each other, then nodded. One of them took a few steps forward and said to Wu Yan in a low voice, "Someone wants to see you, can you come with us?" Although it sounded like he was asking for Wu Yan's opinion, looking at his tough face and the other person's hand that had already reached into his clothes, they were going to use force. Wu Yan's eyes narrowed imperceptibly, then returned to normal. He looked at the two people in black suits with fear and said timidly, If someone wants to see me, wouldn't they come directly to me?" Unfortunately, these two people in black seemed like they didn't intend to talk to Wu Yan. They directly reached out their hands and planned to take Wu Yan. Seeing this, Wu Yan's eyes flashed a cold light. He clenched his hand slightly, and a trace of electric current flowed slightly between his 2 fingers. It was so small that there was no sound or light. But soon, Wu Yan was stunned again. The electric current on his fingers was pinched out by him and disappeared. Wait a minute. A sudden voice sounded behind Wu Yan, but it made the two people in black suits obediently stop their movements. Wu Yan quickly pretended to be panicked and turned his head to look. A middle-aged man in a white coat, who looked like a doctor and a scholar, stood not far from Wu Yan and others. He had a pair of glasses on his face, and he looked like a refined scum. Wu Yan wanted to punch him. However, Wu Yan still pretended to be panicked and looked at him calmly. The middle-aged man seemed to be very satisfied with Wu Yan's expression. He pushed the glasses on his face and said with a smile, "How can you be so rude to our important guests?" Although Wu Yan wanted to say that they were the ones who looked for him, but looking at that incomparably annoying face, Wu Yan really couldn't raise such a thought. He could only pretend again. "Who are you? Don't be nervous, young man." The middle-aged man smiled at Wu Yan in a friendly manner. Of course, this friendliness was what he thought. Then he slowly walked towards Wu Yan and waved to the two people in black suits. They retreated and looked around vigilantly. "You haven't answered my question yet. Who are you? And why are you looking for me?" Wu Yan looked at the middle-aged man with an expression of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. His voice trembled a little as he asked. Hearing this, the middle-aged man smiled mysteriously and said earnestly, "Young man, who are we? It's better if you don't know. You should know that knowing too much is not a good thing." Listening to the middle-aged man's mysterious tone, Wu Yan's heart trembled. He couldn't help but directly cut down the middle-aged man with a sword. "Who are you trying to fool by pretending to be like this?" This was what Wu Yan, who was now planning to become the best actor, was thinking in his heart. The middle-aged man patted Wu Yan's shoulder and said to Wu Yan in a kind tone, "So you'd better not ask who we are. However, we can answer your other question." After that, the middle-aged man laughed and said to Wu Yan, "We came to find you because we need your help with something." "Help?" Wu Yan was stunned. This time, it wasn't an act. He was really stunned. He really couldn't think of anything to help this guy who wasn't close to his uncle and grandmother. "Yes. Help." The middle-aged man glanced at Wu Yan and then turned to look behind him. "Young man, we've observed you. From the looks of it, you seem to be very familiar with Tokuwadai's trump card, Railgun Misaka Mikoto." Wu Yan's pupils constricted as he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. A murderous glint flashed across his eyes. Realizing that things weren't as simple as they seemed, Wu Yan quickly lowered his head to hide the look in his eyes. When the middle-aged man said this, Wu Yan had a pretty good idea as to why he came looking for him. In the middle-aged man's eyes, Wu Yan's reaction was probably due to the fact that his whereabouts were known to others. After all, this guy in front of him was just a thug. "Young man, don't be afraid. We won't do anything to you," the middle-aged man said with a smile, as if he already had victory in his hands. "As long as you do us a small favor, it'll be fine." In other words, if he doesn't help, he doesn't know what will happen to him. "Help? What favor?" Wu Yan's face was filled with a "I'm scared, come and bully me" look. The middle-aged man heard Wu Yan's words and smiled. He took out a syringe and handed it to Wu Yan. "You seem to be very familiar with number 3, even close. This favor won't be too hard for you. You just have to help us draw some of number 3's blood. How about that?" "As expected, really. Just that. You won't make things difficult for me." Wu Yan hesitated. Of course, the other meaning was that he was tempted. Seeing this, the middle-aged man smiled. "Of course. As long as you help us, not only will we not make things difficult for you, we'll even give you enough money to live on for the rest of your life." The middle-aged man took out a piece of paper and handed it to Wu Yan along with the syringe. "After you complete the task, call this number and contact us." When the time comes, someone will come and collect the items and give you the money you want. After Wu Yan took it, the middle-aged man pushed his glasses and smiled. Then, I wish us a happy cooperation. He didn't wait for Wu Yan's reply before he walked away on his own, bringing the two men in black with him. Until they disappeared from his sight, Wu Yan's expression completely disappeared. He looked at the syringe in his hand and with a burst of electricity, he blasted the syringe into ashes. If it wasn't for the fact that I wanted to buy more time, I would have killed that guy with my sword. Wu Yan said with regret. To be honest, he was disgusted. With a sigh, Wu Yan looked towards the direction of Tokuwadai. Looks like Alistair is planning to make a move on Mikoto. Before that, I hope the matter with my sisters can be resolved. Chapter 189. Academy City, School District 7, Wu Yan's home. In the bathroom, Wu Yan laid in the bathtub, allowing the water to splash over his body as he bathed himself. Rubbing the biocontainment device that he would wear even when taking a bath, Wu Yan sighed. He raised his head and washed his face with a troubled look. As more and more sisters are saved by him, it's getting harder and harder to save the rest. Many nights, Wu Yan would return empty-handed after going to the research facility where the sisters are kept. Tonight is also a night where he returned empty-handed. Flinging the water off his face, he stared at the biocontainment device on his wrist. Wu Yan couldn't help but rub his hand against it as he mumbled. Just a little more. Suddenly, the bathroom door opened and a figure walked in, startling Wu Yan. Who is it? Wu Yan looked over. Wu Yan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw who it was. Ikaros. It's no wonder Wu Yan was surprised. He was in the shower and Ikaros's current appearance is another reason. She was completely naked, with only a towel barely covering the area below her chest and the area above her thighs. Ikaros was clutching the edge of the towel in front of her. Her hair that was originally tied into two ponytails had already been let down, and her pretty face was flushed red. She's extremely seductive. Wu Yan stared at Ikaros in disbelief. He didn't expect Ikaros to appear in front of him like this in the middle of the night. Doesn't she know he's in there? Ikaros, you're not asleep yet. Wu Yan gulped and tried to change the topic. It's normal for him to ask this since Wu Yan just came back from the research facility where the sisters are kept. It's already midnight and Chiju and Istria are already asleep. Master. Ikaros is also embarrassed. Her usually expressionless face is now blushing. He knows that Ikaros's emotions aren't as slow as they used to be, but this look of hers almost blinded him. Afraid he'll turn into a wolf, Wu Yan turned his head and stuttered. Ikaros, do you want to take a shower? Just wait a little longer, I'll be done soon. And no. Ikaros whispered so softly that if there's any noise in the room, you won't be able to hear it. Ikaros. I'm here to look for Master, look for me. Wu Yan tilted his head and said helplessly. Even if you want to look for me, you have to wait until I'm out. Ikaros lowered her head. In the misty bathroom, her skin looked like it was covered by a veil. Wu Yan couldn't help but stare at her. But. Ikaros took 2 deep breaths and raised her red face. She said shyly but firmly. But, Ikaros wants Master to be happy. Wu Yan almost fell head first into the bathtub. When Ikaros said happy, he's pretty sure it's not just any ordinary happiness. Combined with their previous conversation and Ikaros' current state, Wu Yan finally understood why Ikaros would appear here in the middle of the night. Ikaros. Wu Yan exhaled slowly to calm his heart. He smiled bitterly. Why now? Ikaros looked a little disappointed. Wu Yan was sure she was really disappointed. Because Master once said that he wanted Ikaros to do happy things for Master, but Master never did. Wu Yan understood. Indeed, It's been a while since he said he wanted to have fun with Ikaros. Wu Yan also didn't do anything. After all, there's still the president at home. Could it be that Ikaros knew what he was worried about and chose to come here in the middle of the night when Chuju was asleep? Wu Yan's heart fluttered. The so-called right time, right place, right people, there's nothing more suitable than now. Seeing Wu Yan stunned, Ikaros lowered her head again. Her face was full of disappointment. If this expression appeared on the face of the old Ikaros, it'd be inconceivable. Master, you don't like it? Ikaros mumbled. Her tone carried an indescribable sense of loss. Wu Yan felt a stab of pain in his heart when he heard that. He quickly replied. I like it. Of course I like it, why wouldn't I like Ikaros? Master. Ikaros's eyes flashed with joy. She looked up at Wu Yan with anticipation. Then, Master, can I? Hearing Ikaros's words, Wu Yan felt like his heart was flying away. Even his body started to float. Once upon a time, girls never came to his door. He had to look for them himself and he wasn't sure if he could find them. Sizing up Ikaros's body, he didn't push her down but he's touched her body countless times. Wu Yan's mouth started to dry up. Ikaros is too tempting. Wu Yan stood up from the bathtub. Ikaros was a little surprised. She blushed as she looked at Wu Yan approaching her. Her heart started to pound. This strange state of the energy furnace only appears when she's facing her master. Ikaros didn't know if it's malfunctioning or not but she didn't hate it. In this short amount of time, Wu Yan was already in front of Ikaros. He raised his hand and rubbed it against her smooth little face. Seeing Ikaros's shy look, Wu Yan felt a wave of satisfaction. Of course, this satisfaction quickly turned into dissatisfaction. 5 fingers brushing against Ikaros's cheeks, Wu Yan smiled and his hand slowly moved down. As Wu Yan's hand got closer and closer to her chest, Ikaros's heart started to beat faster. She quickly closed her eyes and enjoyed the foreplay before the transformation. Finally, Wu Yan's hand reached its destination. He lightly pressed on Ikaros's ample bosom and his hand sank in. His hand even slipped and ended up between Ikaros's pair of white bunnies and got caught between them. You. Ikaros bit her lips. She didn't know why, but a strong thought made her want to stop herself from making any sound. With one hand sliding between her 2 white bunnies, Wu Yan sighed. So smooth. Ikaros turned her head away. She heard Wu Yan's voice and felt a little shy. This made Wu Yan laugh happily and evilly. Wu Yan kept repeating the action of caressing her. He felt like even if he caressed her for the rest of his life, he wouldn't be satisfied. He kept caressing her until he couldn't satisfy himself with one hand. Then, he raised his other hand and cupped Ikaros's twin peaks. He started massaging them with either heavy or light strokes. Master. Under Wu Yan's actions, Ikaros's skin got redder and redder. She opened her eyes, her indigo eyes rippled like water, telling Wu Yan that Ikaros is aroused. With a heavy squeeze, his hand sunk into Ikaros's white bunnies. Ikaros couldn't help but raise her head and let out an ah. Her voice was very pleasant to the ears. Wu Yan slid one of his hands behind Ikaros and pulled her into his embrace. Then, as if his hand lost its center of gravity, it slid downwards. Ikaros pressed both her hands on her master's chest, feeling her upper and lower body under Wu Yan's control. She opened her red lips and panted softly. From time to time she would let out a whimper, venting the sensations in her body. Wu Yan's hands moved up and down, one hand rubbing Ikaros's white bunnies, the other hand drawing circles on Ikaros's smooth buttocks. Then, he started to knead as well. As time passed, Wu Yan took a deep breath and moved his hand to the towel on Ikaros's body. Chapter 190. Master. Ikaros felt a little uneasy after exposing herself to her master. She wrapped her arms around her chest, her wings trembled slightly. It was obvious that her master's heart was in turmoil. Little did she know, her actions made her even more alluring. Looking at Ikaros, who's ready to be plucked by anyone, he felt his chi and blood become active. One rushed to his head, making him dizzy, while the other rushed to his lower body, making him burn with rage. Wu Yan gently slid his hand on Ikaros' back. He only needed to use a little force and his hand would slide down her body at an unimaginable speed. After caressing Ikaros' back, Wu Yan reached out with both hands again. In the past, the best body Wu Yan has ever enjoyed was probably the training he received from Takitsubo Riku in the research lab. As for the others, Chuju, Mikoto, Kinohata Sai, and Frenda, they all have lowly figures. Only Takitsubo Riku's figure is considered voluptuous. Of course, now that the record has changed, Wu Yan felt that if he doesn't summon another character, other than Astrea, Ikaros' body would be the most attractive to him. In just a short while, Wu Yan already felt his mouth dry up. He couldn't help but hold up Ikaros' face and lean down to kiss her. You. Ikaros whimpered in disbelief. Her eyes widened as she stared at Wu Yan's face. Her eyes softened and she closed her eyes to enjoy the sensation of their tongues intertwining with each other. His tongue moved freely inside Ikaros' small mouth, every nook and cranny was under his control. Then, he rolled up Ikaros' small tongue and tasted it carefully. His hands didn't stay idle either. He occupied one territory after another on Ikaros' smooth body, including her wings. Wu Yan focused on caressing them. Finally, he reached his hand towards the center of Ikaros' thigh and pressed it there. With a light hook of his finger, Ikaros groaned and opened her eyes. Her eyes were filled with panic at Wu Yan's actions. But this time, Wu Yan was already going all out. You. Under Wu Yan's assault, Ikaros couldn't hold back her moans anymore. Even though her mouth was occupied by Wu Yan, she still let out a whimper. Gradually, as Wu Yan's movements intensified, Ikaros' body started to move along with Wu Yan's movements. Her body moved up and down, her pair of plump breasts shook violently. Leaving Ikaros' lips, he sucked the thread that came out of her mouth into his mouth. He watched as Ikaros' pair of big white rabbits swayed up and down in front of him. The two little pink pearls drew up and down arcs, making him stop breathing for a bit. Taking a deep breath, Wu Yan couldn't help but move his mouth closer, sucking on one of Ikaros' plump breasts. Ah! Ikaros moaned, her hands didn't know what to do. She hugged Wu Yan's head that was buried in her chest and raised her head. Her soft moans were endless. Master! Ikaros clenched her teeth, her breathing became very rapid. Because of Wu Yan's finger, Ikaros' body was still moving up and down. Master, you, softer. Ikaros didn't even think about it and said this sentence out loud. The current Ikaros, that outstanding computing ability of hers has long been lost because of Wu Yan. His tongue licked Ikaros' plump breasts, causing her to moan again. Only then did Wu Yan smile mischievously and move away from the pair of big white rabbits. Taking his finger out of Ikaros' body, Wu Yan raised his shining hand and stuffed it into Ikaros' mouth without hesitation. You. Ikaros subconsciously licked Wu Yan's finger that was in her mouth. When that strange taste spread to her taste buds, Ikaros didn't know why, but she shyly tried to move away from Wu Yan's finger. Too bad, Wu Yan hugged her tightly. Ikaros couldn't leave. She could only close her eyes and let Wu Yan's finger play with her tongue, savoring her own taste. Good girl. Wu Yan nodded in satisfaction and kissed Ikaros on the forehead. This is the good thing about Ikaros, she's very obedient. When Ikaros' skin turned pink, Wu Yan waved his hand and lifted Ikaros up and placed her on top of his body. Ikaros, it's going to be a little painful, bear with it. Wu Yan said softly, at the same time waves of excitement spread out in his heart. Finally, Ikaros is going to be his woman. Master. Ikaros hugged Wu Yan's neck, feeling her lower body being pressed against. Her heart was violently trembling, but she still opened her mouth. Ikaros, don't be afraid of pain. Wu Yan smiled and hugged Ikaros' lower body. After adjusting the position, he fiercely pressed down and with a loud crack, it penetrated Ikaros' body. You. Ikaros clenched her fists and she frowned. The pain caused her legs to stiffen. She wrapped her arms around Wu Yan's body and she didn't dare to move anymore. Since Ikaros didn't dare to move, Wu Yan naturally can't move either. Even if it's Ikaros, this is her first experience and it's very easy to hurt her. If he doesn't control it well at this time, it will bring unimaginable harm to Ikaros. Wu Yan, who only has tenderness for Ikaros in his heart, has long forgotten about the magical recovery items in the system and the automatic recovery system on Ikaros' body. After the pain passed, Ikaros' heart was filled with a great sense of happiness and a heavy sense of loss. Maybe this is what they call worrying about personal gains and losses. But soon, she didn't have time to think about this. The pain passed and was replaced by emptiness, an urgent need to be filled with something. Subconsciously, Ikaros twisted her body and felt the pleasure her master brought her. Her furrowed brows loosened and her eyes began to ripple. Master, there's a strange feeling. Even if Ikaros is lacking in emotional knowledge, she knows she's feeling very comfortable right now. But the word comfortable that came out of her mouth unknowingly became the so-called strange feeling without her consent. Wu Yan, who has had plenty of experience in this, of course he understood the meaning behind Ikaros' words. He chuckled and said with a wicked smile. Strange feeling. Then Ikaros, are you comfortable? You. Twisting her body uncontrollably again, Ikaros lowered her head and whispered with pink cheeks. Yes, Master, Ikaros, it's comfortable. Wu Yan also narrowed his eyes, too pleasurable to the point of speechlessness. Feeling the pressure from Ikaros' lower body, Wu Yan couldn't help but move. Once he moved, it got out of hand. Ah. Ikaros' body swayed up and down, her whole body hung on Wu Yan's body. She started moaning loudly, no longer suppressing her voice. Ah. Master. Ikaros raised her head and moaned at the same time. Master. Ah. Are you happy? Yes, of course. Wu Yan panted and stood up. He skewered Ikaros on his body like a barbecue, eliciting a loud moan from her. At the same time, he tossed her body up and down, enjoying himself. I'm very happy, that's great. Ikaros closed her eyes, 2 lines of tears flowed down her cheeks. These are tears of joy. Master is very happy. Ah. Ikaros is also very happy. Wu Yan grinned and rubbed Ikaros' head. He rubbed his face against Ikaros' wings before he continued to toss her around. He listened to her soft panting and moaning as he did so. Chapter 191. In the bathroom, Ikaros' seductive moans are still echoing in the room. In this small space, the two are crazily demanding from each other, leaving traces of their lovemaking everywhere. At a certain point, Ikaros finally reached the peak of her life. Under Wu Yan's influence, she let out a loud cry to express her joy. But while Ikaros is satisfied, Wu Yan isn't. Without a word, he placed Ikaros' powerless body on the floor and flipped her over. Master. Ikaros is lying on the floor. She turned around to face Wu Yan. Her eyes are misty and a bit confused. She doesn't know what her master is planning to do. Kneeling behind Ikaros, Wu Yan is panting for breath. Once again, he squeezed into Ikaros' body, causing her to moan as if she's been hit hard. Smack, 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 smack. The sound of flesh colliding echoed throughout the space, accompanied by Ikaros music. Wu Yan enjoyed both physically and mentally. Picking up Ikaros's body and pulling her into his embrace, Wu Yan tossed her again. But this time, Ikaros's back is facing him. With both hands free, Wu Yan grabbed Ikaros's pair of big white rabbits. Hand, body, pincer, Ikaros's soul flew out of her body, immersing herself in an inescapable world, unable to extricate herself for a long time. Nibbling on Ikaros's earlobe, Ikaros retracted her head. Right now, every part of her body is sensitive, causing Wu Yan to feel a burst of excitement, teasing everywhere, causing Ikaros to moan non-stop. Master. Ikaros is panting heavily, shaking her body while watching Wu Yan carefully savoring her body. She mumbled, "I'm so happy." After a while, one of the nerves in her body snapped. Ikaros tensed up and raised her head again, letting out a long whimper. Licking his lips, Wu Yan looked at Ikaros, who's lying on top of him, unable to get up. He can't stop anymore, otherwise he'll suffocate to death. Seeing that Ikaros didn't look too tired, he stood up and hugged her. He pressed her against the wall of the bathroom with her back facing the wall and squeezed her inside. The pitiful Ikaros didn't even get a chance to catch her breath before she was drowned by the pleasure that surged through her body once more. Her little mouth opened and closed, her fragrant breath hit the wall, causing ripples in the air. She panted delicately. This time, Wu Yan is directly on top of Ikaros's body, stroking her body while moving his body, enjoying himself to his heart's content. After a long time, the moans came again, this time it's longer and louder. Without them knowing, the moans passed through the wall and came out of the bathroom. Hearing Ikaros's moans that are much longer and louder than before, Wu Yan knew that Ikaros has reached her limit. Angeloids don't have dreams because they don't need to sleep. Therefore, Angeloids' time at night is their loneliest time. Angeloids don't need to sleep, Ikaros is the same. Otherwise, she wouldn't be in Wu Yan's room every morning, guarding Wu Yan for an entire night. Perhaps only a thick-skinned girl like Astrea would use her time at night to sleep. After all, even if Angeloids don't need to sleep, they can still rest if they want. But this time, after Ikaros reached her climax, her eyelids fluttered uncontrollably and she miraculously fell asleep. Looking at Ikaros's cute sleeping posture, Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They're still in the bathroom, how can she fall asleep like this? But Ikaros's sleep doesn't mean the night is over. What happened? Ikaros! The bathroom door was suddenly slammed open. The president, dressed in pajamas, rushed in without even looking at the situation in the bathroom. I heard a moan just now. Ikaros, are you? Chuju stared blankly at the naked Wu Yan and Ikaros, who was sleeping on the floor. She was completely shocked when she smelled the strange odor in the bathroom. Wu Yan and Chuju stared at each other blankly. One didn't expect the other party to suddenly barge in, the other didn't expect the situation in the bathroom to be like this. Combining the two's current situation with Ikaros's moan just now, Mr. President instantly understood the whole situation. Ikaros's moan, wasn't it the same as the last time she was done by Wu Yan? Looking at Mr. President's stunned expression, Wu Yan finally reacted. He glanced at Mr. President's body and his mouth curved into an evil smile. You. Hinajiku pointed at Wu Yan with a trembling finger. Kaishu-sama's head is already boiling with hot water after witnessing this shocking scene. Yo, Chuju. Wu Yan greeted Hinajiku as if nothing had happened. It's as if everything that happened just now was just an insignificant matter. Chuju couldn't believe it. This shameless, hateful guy pushed down another woman and still greeted his own wife. Is there anything more shameless than this? Of course, what Chuju didn't know is that there's something even more shameless to come. Chuju ah. Wu Yan stood up with a smile and faced Chuju naked. Chuju couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Moreover, he slowly approached Chuju. Seeing Wu Yan getting closer to her, Hinajiku had a bad premonition. She even forgot to criticize him and turned it into this sentence. You, what are you doing? Hurry up and put on your clothes. Red in the face, Chuju stomped her feet. She turned her head and shouted angrily. However, Wu Yan ignored her. Chuju, come and accompany me. Wu Yan said something that shocked Chuju. Seeing Wu Yan getting closer and closer to her, Chuju couldn't help but take 2 steps back. She panicked. You, what are you doing? Could it be? A thought flashed through her mind. Chuju was completely shocked. She knew that with Wu Yan's level of shamelessness, he would definitely do this kind of thing. She didn't wait for Wu Yan to answer. She turned around and planned to run away. Unfortunately, the president's action was still 1 step too slow. Extending his hand, Wu Yan pulled Kaishu-sama, who was trying to escape, into his arms. Amidst her screams, he sealed her lips with his. Woo! Woo! Chuju's lips were blocked. She struggled with all her might, trying to escape from Wu Yan's evil claws. How could the president with a tender face be willing to be with Wu Yan in a place like the bathroom? Moreover, there was another woman in a place like Wu Yan. Therefore, Wu Yan, who was familiar with Chuju's personality, didn't say anything. He directly grabbed Chuju's little butt and pinched Chuju's little butt. Chuju froze. She grabbed him again, this time from the top. The frozen Kaishu-sama went limp again. She could only use her fists to beat Wu Yan's chest with a strength that couldn't even kill a mosquito. This time, it was Kaishu-sama's thin pajamas that got ripped to shreds. Naturally, Kaishu-sama was able to see Wu Yan's naked body. No! Chuju didn't give up on running away. She twisted her body. However, this was just to please Wu Yan. Lifting Kaishu-sama up, Wu Yan snickered. Ignoring Kaishu-sama's weak resistance, he placed her in his arms. Humph! Woo! With a muffled groan, the president gave up on resisting. At this time, resisting was useless. Chuju gritted her teeth with a pair of yellowish-green eyes. She softly moaned. Naughty! Naughty! Woo! Naughty! Naughty! Wu Yan responded to Chuju with a fierce attack. A new nocturne was played in the bathroom again. In Astria's room, on the bed, the master of the bed was covered tightly with a blanket. Faint mumbling could be heard coming from the blanket. I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear anything. Nothing. Chapter 192. Academy City, School District 7. In his own home, Wu Yan is sitting in front of a table, looking at the 2 invitation letters on the table. He scratched his head helplessly. The 2 invitation letters in front of him obviously aren't Shokuho Misaki's invitation letters, they're Tokuwadai's Midsummer Festival invitation letters. As a special day of Tokuwadai that appeared in the original work, Wu Yan of course knew about it. He even remembered that Mikoto would perform the violin on the day of the Midsummer Festival. To be honest, Wu Yan is looking forward to Mikoto's violin performance. More importantly, the theme of Tokuwadai's Midsummer Festival is maids. Can you imagine how big of a temptation it is for a cute girl who used to be a young lady to wear a maid uniform and stand at the door, calling out, "Welcome, master," in a coquettish voice? Even Wu Yan, who already has 3 girls, is getting restless. He wants to see it for himself. As for why Wu Yan, who was supposed to be looking forward to it, he's looking so distressed right now. It's because of the invitation letters. Tokuwadai's Midsummer Festival wasn't something that anyone could participate in. Only those who had been invited by the young misses of Tokuwadai and sent an invitation letter would have the qualifications to enter the dormitory and participate in the Midsummer Festival. With the LV5 Tokuwadai as his wife, Wu Yan doesn't have to worry about not having an invitation letter. Look, isn't there one right in front of him? It's just that the other letter is the real reason why Wu Yan is distressed. Misaka Mikoto. Shokuho Misaki, Looking at the names on the 2 invitation letters in front of him, Wu Yan really can't think of anything more out of place than putting these 2 names together. Although Wu Yan is surprised that Jusama would invite him, he's also secretly happy. After all, how can he not be happy when a beauty is thinking about you? But more than that, he's confused. Shokuhu Misaki already knows that he has Mikoto. With Shokuhu Misaki's scheming mind, she should be able to deduce that he also has Hinajuku and Ikaros as well as Astria as his girls based on the conversation between Wu Yan and Mikoto. It's not hard for her to guess that he has Hinajuku and Ikaros as well as Astria as his girls. But even so, she still wanted to get involved with him. Could it be that she was up to something again? If it's because of his performance that day that he captured her heart and she threw herself into the fire to join Wu Yan's Crystal Palace, Wu Yan wouldn't think that way even if he ate an idiot. Jusama is someone who's willing to join someone else's Crystal Palace. Not to mention, there's also her so-called rival, Misaka Mikoto. That's why Wu Yan's first thought is that this two-faced Jusama is up to something. Plus, when he saw Shokuhu Misaki and Mikoto's invitation and the location of the Tokuwadai dormitory, Wu Yan was reminded of the Tokuwadai girls who tried to destroy him last time. Thus, Wu Yan was troubled. While Wu Yan was troubled, Kaishu-sama, Ikaros, and Astria came to Wu Yan's side. Kaishu-sama looked at the invitation on the table and picked up one of them. "Are you going or not? It's about to start," Hinajuku said unhappily. Hinajuku was looking forward to this kind of event. It was similar to Bai King Academy's festival. Wu Yan bitterly smiled and slapped his cheeks to get rid of those thoughts. He walked to the door. "If I die, I die." Academy City, School District 7, Wu Yan, Hinajuku, Ikaros, and Astria stood at the entrance of the Tokuwadai dormitory. They looked at the people who handed in their invitations and walked in. They also looked at the people who didn't have invitations standing not far away from them. They looked at each other and smiled. So many people. It's so lively. Astria's eyes sparkled as she looked at the people around her. She looked really happy. The men and women around her gasped in surprise. Astria didn't know that she's already made a lot of people fall for her cuteness. She was still looking around. She was the one who looked forward to the Tokuwadai Midsummer Festival the most. It's not just because it's fun, it's also because of what Wu Yan said to Astria before they came. You can eat all the food in the Tokuwadai Midsummer Festival for free. Astria's eyes lit up. Bringing along 3 pretty girls who stunned everyone, Wu Yan walked to the entrance of the inspection room and handed over the invitation letter. Then, he walked into Tokuwadai's dormitory amidst the envy and jealousy he's been through countless times. "Welcome, Master." The 4 of them stood in the middle of the hall with 2 rows of maids. They were all stunned when they heard the delicate greeting. Of course, they were stunned for different reasons. Wu Yan rubbed his chin while looking at the 2 rows of maids. He suddenly looked forward to seeing Mikoto in maid attire. "Don't tell me Mikoto is dressed like that too." Chuju raised an eyebrow and said. However, Wu Yan saw that she was looking forward to it more. "Where's the food?" Astria looked left and right before she blurted out those words. Wu Yan and Hinajuku both felt powerless. The 2 rows of Tokuwadai maids gasped when they saw the person's face. One of them even pointed at Wu Yan and shouted, "Isn't that the scum who seduced Misaka-sama and Shokuhu-sama?" Time. It stopped. Wu Yan's lips twitched. He endured the gazes he got from the crowd. He almost went crazy. Hinajuku and Astria are stunned. They don't know why this happened. Ikaros is the only one who's still as calm as ever. Wu Yan really wanted to ridicule the girl for saying something like scum or a seduction, but he didn't have the time to care about these things. A petite figure suddenly appeared in front of Wu Yan. She swung her 2 pink ponytails with a frosty expression. A small palm came towards Wu Yan. Wu Yan already sensed her since she appeared. However, he didn't do anything. He didn't want to expose his strength in front of so many people. However, just because Wu Yan didn't make a move doesn't mean others can't. A light blue crystal shield formed from data appeared in front of Wu Yan. It blocked the hand that reached towards Wu Yan. Ikaros raised her hand as if she did something insignificant. Before she could react, Wu Yan grabbed her hand and with a twist, he locked her hand behind her back. His other hand pressed against her forehead, restraining her. The scene that had happened once before was happening again. Damn scum. Let me go. A certain pink pigtailed creature that Kuriko pronounced as a pervert struggled with all her might in Wu Yan's arms. Her pink eyes were filled with resentment towards Wu Yan. Wu Yan helplessly patted Kuriko's head, causing her to be very dissatisfied. I say, Kuriko, how did I provoke you? You actually attacked me the moment you arrived. Don't call me Kuriko so intimately. Kuriko shouted loudly. Wait until I move a scum like you into the ground, then I'll burn the joss paper and tell you why. Rolling his eyes, Wu Yan said directly. Even if you don't say it, I can guess why a Yuri girl like you is targeting me. Isn't it because of Mikoto? Since you know, then obediently let me move you into the ground. Only an idiot would do that. I think you want me to tie you up again. You dare. Although she said that, Kuriko still stopped struggling. It seems like she's still afraid that Wu Yan will really tie her up. However, Kuriko still said with hatred. Damn it, this won't do. I must find a chance to destroy this scum. I can't let him get close to One-sama. I say, can you lower your voice? Chapter 193. Under everyone's gaze, Wu Yan and Kuriko were locked in a stalemate. Neither of them could move the other. When the surrounding people saw how much Kuriko hated Wu Yan, they started whispering among themselves. Kuriko was Mikoto's roommate, everyone knew this. After all, it was hard for the roommate of Tokuwadai's ace to not be famous. When they saw how much Mikoto-sama's roommate wanted to get rid of Wu Yan, they were even more certain of their thoughts. This scum in front of them used despicable means to capture Mikoto-sama's heart. Mikoto-sama's roommate found out about this. Therefore, Mikoto-sama's roommate, in order to save Mikoto-sama from the evil clutches of that scum, she charged forward to fight the Devil King without any regard for her own safety. When this thought appeared, the gazes of the Tokuwadai girls towards Wu Yan became very unfriendly. Even those from the Queen's faction started to gather their computing power, planning to get rid of Wu Yan. If Wu Yan knew what these Tokuwadai girls were thinking, he would definitely tie them all up and bring them home and beep 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 together. At the crucial moment, Mikoto finally appeared. She didn't know that her appearance prevented a tragedy from happening. When she saw Wu Yan and Kuriko, she was shocked for a moment before running over. One-sama. Hurry and leave. Don't get close to this scum. He will defile you. Kuriko immediately shouted when she saw Mikoto running over. Her words made Wu Yan's face darken. Mikoto, who was running over, almost tripped and fell on the floor. Wu Yan slapped Kuriko's head and ignored her cries of pain and protest. He looked at Mikoto's new appearance and his eyes lit up as he nodded in satisfaction. She was wearing the exact same maid outfit that he saw on the screen before. Wu Yan had to admit that Mikoto at this moment was really cute. At this time, Wu Yan suddenly remembered that the maid outfit and apron he bought when he went out with Mikoto was still in his space ring. Looking at Mikoto, then at Chuju and Ikaros, Wu Yan's eyes flashed with an evil glint. It was decided. Next time, he would definitely make the three of them wear maid outfits or aprons and have a go with him. Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros didn't know about Wu Yan's evil thoughts, but Chuju and Mikoto both felt a chill down their spines. They felt a sense of danger approaching, making them paranoid. As for Ikaros, forget about maid outfits and aprons, she even tried wearing her angelic light armor to make love to Wu Yan, let alone maid outfits and aprons. Blackie, what the hell are you doing? Mikoto came to the front of the crowd and heard the girls of Tokuwadai whispering. She thought that Kuriko had done something shameful again and immediately criticized her. Wani-sama. Blackie didn't do anything. Kuriko looked at Mikoto with a pure and innocent expression. She was actually kind of cute, but the next sentence completely shattered her image. I just want to prevent this scum from tainting my beloved Wani-sama. Blackie wants to stuff this scum into the ground. You bastard. Mikoto clenched her fists. At this moment, Mikoto felt that everyone's eyes were glaring. After all, Mikoto didn't want others to think that she's a girl with an abnormal sexual orientation, although it's not like she hasn't acted out this scene in front of everyone before. Wani-sama. Blackie's hands were held behind her back by Wu Yan. She could only kick her legs towards Mikoto and shout loudly, Wani-sama. You should leave here first. Let Blackie go first. Whoa. Without waiting for Blackie to finish, Mikoto already guessed that she's going to say something shameful. She directly used Dragon Catcher hand, pinched Blackie's cheeks and pulled them away with all her strength. Blackie. Mikoto forced a smile and said, don't you know that every time you say something, it makes me feel a lot of pressure? Whoa. With her cheeks being pulled, Blackie could only spit out a few whimpers, tears in the corner of her eyes. She probably wants Mikoto to let her go. Your relationship is still as good as always. At this time, the sudden appearance of a voice finally saved Blackie. Ruko and Riharu stood not far away, as cute as always. But this time, the two girls didn't wear Sakugawa Middle School's uniform, instead they wore casual clothes. Suityen-san. Riharu-san. Mikoto awkwardly let go of her hand, and Wu Yan also let go at the same time. Blackie suddenly slid to the ground like a puddle of mud. Mikoto quickly shook her head. How is our relationship good? It's just playing around. Yes, that's right. Like this, it's more likely to make people suspect that you're a Yuri. Ruko and Riharu also laughed. Of course they know what's going on, they're just teasing Mikoto. Mikoto laughed dryly, speechless. Era, isn't this good? Hearing this familiar laughter, Mikoto's face suddenly froze, and everyone else was stunned, because the owner of the voice is a beautiful blonde girl. Shokuho Misaki. Looking at Shokuho Misaki in her maid uniform, elegantly walking towards him, Wu Yan's mouth twitched. Although he received Shokuho Misaki's invitation, Wu Yan didn't expect her to appear here. What's going on? In the original work, he didn't see Shokuho Misaki appear in the Midsummer Festival. The surrounding people were excited. Not only did Misaka-sama appear, even Shokuho-sama appeared in front of them, and at this time, they're already cheering. This scene is like a celebrity's appearance, appearing in the midst of cheers and supporters, full of aura. So beautiful. So cool. Ruko and Riharu looked at Shokuho Misaki with stars in their eyes. One is envious of her ability level, the other is envious of her aura. What a show. Chuju also sighed. If everyone is sighing, then Mikoto is completely dissatisfied. You woman, why are you here? Shokuho Misaki giggled and walked to Wu Yan's side, and under everyone's stunned gaze, she hugged Wu Yan's arm and said intimately, of course I'm here to pick up my little yen. Mikoto gritted her teeth, and Chuju, who doesn't know Shokuho Misaki, glanced at Wu Yan with a dangerous glint in her eyes, causing Wu Yan to shiver. I need an explanation. Chuju's eyes were filled with such intent, and Wu Yan could only nod helplessly. He looked at Ikaros, who also wanted to say something but stopped, and shook his head at her. Ikaros then returned to her original state. Wu Yan looked up at the sky and sighed. Even if he used his heel to think, he can guess what's going to happen next. Are you trying to provoke me? Mikoto's forehead flashed with electricity. She looked at Shokuho Misaki and said in a low voice. Shokuho Misaki didn't care at all and just smiled. Misaka-san, how can you say that? I invited little Yen here, of course I'm here to pick him up, I'm not trying to provoke you at all, who would believe you if you say that out loud? Wu Yen cursed in his heart, he felt helpless that the fire would spread to him so quickly. Sure enough, Mikoto turned to Wu Yen and said gently, Yen, did you come because she invited you? How can you believe that? Are you an idiot? Wu Yen clutched his head, indicating that he has a headache. Mikoto's face turned red, she felt ashamed that she actually believed Shokuho Misaki's words. Little Yen, I clearly have one. Shokuho Misaki hugged Wu Yan's arm and acted coquettishly, causing the jaws of the Tokuwadai girls who are familiar with her to drop to the ground. Mikoto turned a deaf ear to Shokuho Misaki's words. She immediately turned to Shokuho Misaki and said, Shokuho Misaki, Yen said he wasn't invited by you. You can leave. Mikoto hesitated. In the end, she clenched her teeth, closed her eyes, and shouted with a red face. Can you please leave my boyfriend? Chapter 194. Can you please leave my boyfriend? Silence. A deathly silence. The onlookers, Tokuwadai's made attire, Wu Yen and co., including Shokuho Misaki and Ikaros who were calm and collected, all froze in place. Mikoto's eyes were still closed, her face was completely red, and she didn't even dare to look at anyone. It's really hard to believe that she was the one who said those words just now. Even Hinajuku, who had sacrificed her first time with Mikoto, couldn't help but twitch her mouth in shock. She looked at Shokuho Misaki, who was still in a daze, and said awkwardly, this woman, just how bad is her relationship with Mikoto to force her to this extent? Wu Yen laughed dryly. How would Hinajuku know that Shokuho Misaki is the person Mikoto dislikes the most? To be able to make Mikoto feel a sense of danger, she must be quite the character, although, Wu Yen felt pretty good when he heard Mikoto yell, can you please leave my boyfriend? In front of everyone. Oh. Mikoto-ne-san, Mikoto-senpai, you're so brave. Estrella, Ruko, and Wihara looked at Mikoto with admiration, it's like they're on a pilgrimage. No. Wani-sama. This can't be real. At this moment of incomparable silence, an incomparably mournful scream suddenly came from the mouth of a certain lump on the ground. It was a scream of despair. The voice was filled with disbelief and madness. The double ponytailed Yuri creature seems to have triggered some sort of resurrection on the spot state. She jumped up from the floor and jumped 3 feet high. When she landed on the ground, her whole body was already pouncing towards Mikoto, who still hasn't opened her eyes. Wani-sama. This can't be real. Whoa. Kuriko clung onto Mikoto's body, her little face was rubbing against Mikoto's small chest. She cried as she did so. Wani-sama. My great, handsome and charming Wani-sama. How could you submit to the power of that scum ape? This can't be real. Wani-sama. Don't abandon Kuriko. Whoa. At this moment, there was no doubt that the scene belonged to the two girls who were tightly pressed against each other. Because, everyone had already been completely dumbfounded from the 2 blows. Kuriko, Mikoto thought that she would be praised by the crowd, but what she got was an attack from this black and white creature. Mikoto's mind was in a mess. All sorts of weird gazes fell on her body, it was as if they were re-evaluating her as a person. Mikoto felt all sorts of awkwardness. As she screamed, the electricity flowed through her body, and then, it was all absorbed by the pervert on her body. Black smoke billowed out as she fell to the ground. Kuriko's body twitched as saliva dripped from the corner of her mouth. She was moaning as if she was having an orgasm. Everyone around her felt a chill down their spine. They subconsciously took 2 steps back to distance themselves from her. Shokuho Misaki covered her mouth with her hand. It's not clear if she's trying to act like a queen or if she's shocked by Mikoto's words. She looked at the expressions of the people around her and then at the embarrassed Mikoto and Wu Yan, who's laughing dryly. Her eyes flashed with a hint of resentment, and without thinking, she opened her mouth. "Misaka classmate, you're wrong. Little Yen is my boyfriend." Wu Yan, who was laughing dryly, froze. Everyone who just came back to their senses from Mikoto's declaration and Kuriko's farce was once again stunned by Shokuho Misaki's statement. Their minds went blank. You. Mikoto was so angry that her forehead was throbbing with electricity. Her face turned from red to angry. She didn't expect Shokuho Misaki to be so shameless. Hugging your boyfriend is a natural thing to do, Misaka-san. Shokuho Misaki pulled out a victorious smile. Her hand that was covered with a white spider web glove was circling Wu Yan's chest. You. Mikoto was panting heavily as she glared at Shokuho Misaki. What right do you have to say that Yen is your boyfriend? Oh. Misaka-san, as a member of Tokuwadai, don't tell me you didn't hear the rumors about Tokuwadai. Shokuho Misaki smirked and looked at Mikoto with sly eyes. Everyone knows that I went on a date with Yen not long ago. Tell me, if he's not my boyfriend, why would I go on a date with him? The people around nodded. Indeed, with Shokuho Misaki's personality, if she didn't like a guy, she wouldn't go on a date with him. Only Shokuho Misaki herself knew that she was only embarrassed at the time. You went on a date with him and that proves he's your boyfriend. Mikoto was so angry that she laughed. She pointed at Chuju, Ikaros, and Astria. She didn't care about the consequences. Then me, Chuju, Ikaros, and Astria all went on a date with Yen. Does that mean he's our boyfriend? What? This time, everyone was shocked. They looked at the 5 of them who were the best of the best. Mikoto, Chuju, Ikaros, Astria, and Shokuho Misaki, and they all screamed. Following that, all sorts of gazes, such as danger, disdain, jealousy, resentment, and disbelief, shot from their eyes at the winner of life in their eyes. Scum. Scum. Beast. Shameless. My idol. When the last sentence was said, the owner of the voice felt the murderous intent directed at him. He trembled and pointed at Wu Yan without hesitation. Bastard. Everyone was satisfied and retracted their murderous intent. Wu Yan's veins were popping, he wanted to kill them all. Shokuho Misaki finally noticed Chuju, Ikaros, and Astria. She didn't know these 3, but these 3 names have been on her mind for a long time. She took a good look at the 3 girls. Even Shokuho Misaki couldn't help but sigh. These 3 girls' looks and temperament are extraordinary. Even compared to her and that eerie toddler's body, they're on par with them. Women like this are all gathered around this man. Just who is he? Shokuho Misaki glanced at Wu Yan and put on an elegant smile. She bowed to Chuju and the others. My apologies. Everyone. It's my fault for not noticing the 3 of you. I apologize, I hope the 3 of you can forgive me. Her natural and graceful posture, as well as her style of etiquette, won the hearts of the people around her. She also won the favor of Chuju and Astria. As for Ikaros, forget about it. It's nothing, don't worry about it. Hinajika waved her hand at Shokuho Misaki, showing that she didn't mind. After all, the president of the student council of Baihuang Academy is someone who doesn't know manners. Shokuho Misaki smiled politely, but she was shocked. Shokuho Misaki's ability had already been activated when she was greeting him. However, he did not expect that the 3 girls in front of him were not affected at all. It was as if his ability had sunk into a stone pond, never to return. There was no response at all. Who the hell are they? Of course, on the surface, Shokuho Misaki maintained a calm expression. She continued to exchange pleasantries with Chuju. Wu Yan was having a headache watching this. Looking at the eyes of the girls around him, Wu Yan looked up at the sky speechlessly. He felt like it's better for him to play a small role in this situation. However, when Mikoto saw him, it turned into an acknowledgement of Shokuho Misaki's so-called boyfriend. She gritted her teeth and ran to Wu Yan's side to grab his arm. "Why aren't you leaving that woman?" Mikoto exclaimed in exasperation. At the same time, she pinched Wu Yan's waist and gave it a hard twist. "Ouch!" Wu Yan, who has never tried this skill that is exclusively for women, howled in pain as tears streamed down his cheeks. "It's my fault again." Chapter 195. Wu Yan, who was planning to be a walk-on, was pinched by Mikoto. His howl of pain immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. Mikoto and Mikoto's words made Wu Yan the center of attention, and now he's the center of attention. Looking at the expressions of the people around him, he rubbed the bruised flesh on his waist. Wu Yan pursed his lips. He didn't expect Sis Cannon to do something so girly. With a sigh, Wu Yan freed himself from Shokuho Misaki and Mikoto's arms. He looked at Shokuho Misaki with a smile. "Hey, Queen Sama, aren't you afraid that I'll take your boyfriend's words seriously?" Shokuho Misaki was stunned for a moment before she smiled and hugged Wu Yan's arm again. "What are you talking about, little Yin? We're a couple, how could you say that?" "Don't tell me." At this point, Shokuho Misaki's eyes were filled with tears as she sobbed pitifully. "Don't tell me you're not going to admit it." Whoosh! Other than the two of them who were standing in the center of the room, the rest of the crowd turned their attention to Wu Yan. If looks could kill, Wu Yan would have died 1,000,000 times over. Shokuho Misaki's act is so convincing that the others couldn't help but believe her. Even Hinajuku and Ko are looking at Wu Yan suspiciously. They're imagining Wu Yan having an affair. Only Mikoto, who knew Shokuho Misaki very well, pursed her lips in disdain and retorted. "Last time was the first time you two met, this is the second time, right? Would you call a guy you just met your boyfriend for the first time?" Shokuho Misaki laughed and stared at Mikoto with an inexplicable expression. She looked at Mikoto as if she was looking at an ignorant elementary school student. "Miss Axon, have you never heard of love at first sight? You're so ignorant." Looking at Jusama, who was on the verge of tears a second ago and now she's smiling like a flower, Wu Yan silently ridiculed her. Mikoto glanced at her and mocked her. "You fell in love with Yen at first sight, that's only possible if he thinks highly of you. F***ck. This is big trouble." Wu Yan knew something was wrong when he heard Sis Cannon's words. Queen Sama's eyes twinkled and she said in a tender voice. "Little Yen, tell me, did you fall in love at first sight with me?" Mikoto immediately turned around and hugged Wu Yan's other arm and glared at him. "Tell me. Are you interested in this woman or not?" Both his arms lost again. "Wu Yan, Mikoto, help him. Mikoto, or Ikaros, could save his life." Mikoto. Ikaros couldn't help but take a step forward. She was about to say something when Hinajuku stopped her. Smiling sweetly at Wu Yan, Chuja whispered. "Actually, I want to know the answer too. Why am I always the one getting hurt?" Looking at the sweet-looking Shokuho Misaki and the serious-looking Mikoto, Wu Yan sighed. He rolled his eyes and leaned closer to Mikoto and whispered something in her ear that almost made her jump. "Mikoto, if you want to know the answer, promise me that you'll bring me to your dorm later. Wear what you're wearing and do it with me." Blood started spreading from Mikoto's neck upwards. In a short while, Mikoto's entire face was as hot as boiling water. Even her head felt a little dizzy. You actually, how about it? Promise me." Wu Yan grinned at Mikoto. Mikoto was starting to suspect that Wu Yan had been planning this all along. "Is that all you've been thinking about?" Mikoto clenched her teeth. Her face was red as she suppressed her urge to go berserk. "Then do you promise me or not?" Wu Yan didn't deny it. If you don't promise me, then, you bastard. Mikoto's blushing face kept changing. Her heart was beating so fast. How was she supposed to answer this question? How was she supposed to answer this question? The surrounding people looked at the two who were whispering to each other suspiciously. Looking at Misaka Mikoto's bashful face, they started to think about it. Shokuhu Misaki, who was closest to the two, pricked up her ears trying to listen for something. Unfortunately, Wu Yan and Mikoto's voices were muffled. She couldn't hear anything clearly. This made her anxious. Mikoto also saw Shokuhu Misaki's actions. Thinking of Wu Yan's answer, she panicked. She looked at Wu Yan and whispered. I promise, that's it. Wu Yan, who had an evil grin on his face and was probably laughing in his heart. After getting Mikoto's answer, he turned around and looked at Shokuhu Misaki. I say, Jusama, let's make things clear today. Wu Yan smiled at Shokuhu Misaki. His expression made Shokuhu Misaki frown. What? Shokuhu Misaki pretended to be calm as she glared at Wu Yan. Wu Yan's expression right now is exactly the same as the first time they met when he stood up for Misaka Mikoto. You already know Chuju, Ikaros, and Istria, right? Wu Yan waved his hand at Hinajuku, Ikaros, and Istria. The three girls came over with confused looks on their faces. Jusama, Misaka Mikoto is my woman. Mikoto's face turned red again. Shokuhu Misaki was still looking at Wu Yan. She knew Wu Yan had more to say, but Wu Yan's next sentence stunned her. Gue Chuju is also my woman. Why did you say that? Chuju was stunned. Her face was burning. She didn't expect Wu Yan to suddenly say something like that. The crowd went into an uproar. Jusama was also stunned. She couldn't stay calm anymore. Unfortunately, Wu Yan seemed to want to challenge her bottom line. And Ikaros is also my woman. Ikaros's face turned red and she lowered her head. As for the audience, they were already in hysterics. What is the meaning of this? Is he going to open the Crystal Palace openly? This guy should be dragged out and punished by the heavens. Wu Yan ignored all the discussions and looked at Shokuhu Misaki, who was stunned by his words. As you've heard, I have 3 women who love me very much, and I love them very much too. Therefore, Your Majesty, if you still insist on the idea of I'm your boyfriend, then you're welcome to join us. Boom. That one sentence made the crowd go crazy. He actually said that he would welcome Jusama from Tokuwadai, the number 5 Shokuhu Misaki, to join his Crystal Palace. Also, Tokuwadai's Electric Princess, the number 3 trump card, Misaka Mikoto, is also a member of his Crystal Palace. The world has gone crazy. At this time, Wu Yan didn't care about the gazes of the people around him anymore. He looked like he didn't care at all. It's as if the words he just said didn't come out of his mouth. From a strategy point of view, Wu Yan's action is undoubtedly limiting Jusama's favorability to below 50. She can't go any further. In fact, she might even suspect Wu Yan's intentions. Lowering her favorability towards Wu Yan wouldn't be surprising. However, Wu Yan didn't care. It's not that he doesn't like Jusama, but she's too domineering. To gain her approval, he must at least be stronger than her. Otherwise, she will ride on his head. It's fine if Jusama enters his arms, she can ride on his head. She's his woman anyway, what can she do? Also, he can't hide his relationship with Chuju and the others from the quick-witted Jusama. It might be better if he just said it out loud. Worst comes to worst, I'll make her my summon. When that happens, she won't be able to run away. Pulling up Mikoto and Hinajuku, who were also stunned by his declaration, Wu Yan headed towards the dormitory with Ikaros and Istria in tow, leaving behind a group of people who were stunned by what they just heard. Shokuhu Misaki stared at Wu Yan's back as he left. She gritted her teeth and stomped her feet. She cursed under her breath. Damned man. Unfaithful man. What's so great about him? How dare he embarrass me in front of everyone? No man has ever rejected me like that. Wu Yan, just you wait. Chapter 196. Ah! With a light cry, Mikoto was lifted up by Wu Yan and thrown onto her own bed. When she landed on the soft bed, Mikoto immediately flipped over. Her face was already flushed red. Closing the door to Mikoto's dorm room, Wu Yan looked at Mikoto in her maid attire, his heart filled with excitement as he slowly walked towards her. Chuju and Ikaros accompanied Astria to the cafeteria. One of Astria's reasons for coming here was to feast. Wu Yan used that as an excuse to send the three of them away. Then, he dragged Mikoto to her room. Even though he was interested in Sis Cannon's room, now wasn't the time to take a closer look. First things first. Looking at Wu Yan, who was getting closer and closer to her, Mikoto started panicking. She couldn't help but move deeper into the bed. She looks like a girl who is about to be raped. Wu Yan's blood is boiling. Mikoto gulped and forced a smile. Yen, it's not a good idea for us to leave Hinajuku and the rest behind. What if they can't find us later on? Let's go back. Don't worry, with Astria's appetite, they won't leave the cafeteria so soon. We have plenty of time. With one knee on the bed, Wu Yan said as he approached Mikoto. It's like he's preparing to make love to her before he goes in for the deed. Mikoto moved back again. Her face turned red as she panicked and tried to find an excuse. Then, what about Suitian and Wiharu? They will be helpless without anyone to lead the way. There are so many Tokuwadai ladies here, there are plenty of people to lead the way. Don't worry. Wu Yan closed in on Mikoto and forced her to the head of the bed. She had nowhere to run. Mikoto whimpered unwillingly. Even though she knew she couldn't escape her fate this time, she still retreated. After all, Sis Cannon's face was too tender. Wu Yan rolled his eyes and said, "Don't waste your time, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. You won't be able to escape. Just accept your fate." That was true. In the original work, Sis Cannon wore her Tokuwadai uniform the most. Even though the uniform was cute, it didn't feel good to wear the same uniform all the time. That's why ever since he saw Mikoto's maid outfit in the Tokuwadai Midsummer Festival episode, Wu Yan had fantasized more than once about doing it with Sis Cannon in a maid outfit. Now, the opportunity was right in front of Wu Yan. How could Wu Yan let such a fat piece of meat slip away? Looking at his face getting closer and closer, Mikoto's face blushed uncontrollably. After a while, she finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted. "I knew it. It still won't work." She pushed Wu Yan away from her and jumped off the bed. Then, she ran towards the door. But how could Mikoto beat Wu Yan in terms of physical fitness? Before she could run far, she felt her hand being grabbed. She lost her balance and fell on Wu Yan, who was behind her. Ah! Just as she fell down, Mikoto felt her earlobe being sucked by something. A soft tongue was licking her earlobe, causing her to cry out in surprise. A pair of large hands wrapped around her waist from behind, trapping her firmly in his arms. Mikoto blushed and closed her eyes as she accepted her fate. His tongue licked Mikoto's earlobe, then licked her cheeks, causing Mikoto to shrink back. Wu Yan rubbed Mikoto's head and then aimed his mouth at her lips. N. Her lips were blocked. Mikoto felt her tongue was also captured by him. Although this wasn't the first time she kissed Wu Yan, her performance was still very awkward. Her tongue was passively led by Wu Yan. Since their lips had already moved, Wu Yan's hand naturally couldn't stop. His hands caressed Mikoto's clothes. Since he was aiming for Mikoto's outfit, Wu Yan obviously wouldn't take off her clothes. He only divided his hands into two and attacked the important parts. You. Feeling her important parts being controlled by the familiar temperature, Mikoto was so embarrassed that she moaned. Her lips couldn't help but leave Wu Yan's grasp. That won't do. This kind of sound not only didn't stop Wu Yan's actions, instead it ignited Wu Yan's fire. His movements didn't stop, instead he attacked faster. In an instant, the two soft semicircles on her upper and lower body fell into Wu Yan's devil's claws. Ah! Her hands involuntarily grabbed onto Wu Yan's hands. Perhaps she wanted to pull them away, but the strength in her hands was negligible. It didn't stop Wu Yan's movements. Through the clothes, he kneaded Mikoto's body like dough. Mikoto suddenly moaned and her expression became more and more immersed. The light in her eyes was already starting to fade. Even though he really likes Mikoto's maid outfit, but through the clothes, it's not very comfortable to touch. Thus, Wu Yan decisively broke up and slid into Mikoto's clothes through the gap between the clothes and grabbed that soft white rabbit that's constantly jumping. Wait! Feeling her body being caressed without any resistance, Mikoto subconsciously cried out. Her breathing became hurried. Now, even if Wu Yan didn't stop her, she probably wouldn't be able to escape in a short time. With one hand, he pinched Mikoto's apple that had grown a lot bigger thanks to him. With the other, he slipped his hand under Mikoto's maid dress and stroked it. You. Both hands clutching the skirt, Mikoto closed her eyes. Her cheeks were flushed red, so tender that it's almost dripping water. Her body trembled slightly, as if she's trying to hold back the pleasure in her body. His hand that's already slid into the skirt quickly felt another layer of resistance. Touching there, Wu Yan helplessly sighed. Why is it safety pants again? Hearing that, Mikoto immediately opened her eyes and glared at him. Her face was still red. Doing this kind of action is too cute, plus the maid outfit, it's so cute. Well, safety pants it is. In any case, I still have to take them off. In the midst of Mikoto's screams, Wu Yan nimbly took off Mikoto's safety pants. Then, with a stretch of his hand, he took off the little cutie in the safety pants as well. Separating his hands, he pulled down Mikoto's maid attire. Instantly, a pair of delicate little bunnies jumped out, causing Mikoto to gasp in surprise. Mikoto, lie on the wall. Wu Yan whispered in Mikoto's ear. But it's not hard to hear that Wu Yan's breathing has become heavier. No. Protecting her little white rabbits with both hands, Mikoto is still making her final resistance. But her resistance can only last for a short while. Soon, Mikoto is lying on the wall. Wu Yan excitedly grabbed Mikoto's waist and lifted her body up. Mikoto's little butt is facing Wu Yan's direction. Faintly, one can see the scenery under Mikoto's naked skirt. Posing in such a shameful position, Mikoto's heart is so embarrassed that she wants to die. The degree of humiliation is even worse than that time in the movie theater. But when Wu Yan enters the zone, he's invincible. When Mikoto enters the zone, she'll also turn into a soft girl. One hard and one soft, naturally the hard one wins and the soft one has no power to resist. Five-Finger Mountain climbed up to the butt position, removing the last cover. The enemy's gate is right in front of them. Our spearmen are already waiting at the gate. The spearmen were like a hot knife through butter as they forced their way into the enemy's gates. When the spearmen forced their way into the city, the enemy let out a cry of defeat. Their final struggle was crushed by the spearmen's strength. Lying on Mikoto's back, Wu Yan's hands are holding two little white rabbits. He's pinching and squeezing them. Mikoto's head is raised and moaning. Following Wu Yan's movements, moaning sounds keep coming out. Who would have thought that Tokuwadai's ace, Academy City's number 3, Railgun's Misaka Mikoto, the Misaka-sama in Tokuwadai's mouths, is currently being conquered by a man in her own dorm. Moaning sounds, begging for mercy, echoes in this room. There's still a lot of time. Chapter 197. Lying on Mikoto's bed, Wu Yan lightly breathed out. His face is flushed with pleasure, the only thing missing is the word satisfied written on his face. His entire body is numb. Mikoto is lying on top of Wu Yan's body. Her face is flushed, her eyes are blurred, her face is pressed against Wu Yan's chest. Her mouth is opening and closing as if she's kissing Wu Yan's skin. It can be seen that Mikoto still hasn't recovered from the previous lovemaking. At this time, the maid outfit on Mikoto's body has already been pushed up to her waist. If you don't look at it, Mikoto is in a naked state. Their bodies are intertwined in a very ambiguous position. But it's not strange. After all, Wu Yan's doppelganger is still inside Mikoto's body. Caressing Mikoto's soft back, he felt that today's trip was worth it just for this hand-to-hand fight scene. Exhaling, Mikoto finally regained her senses. Feeling the restlessness of Wu Yan's body in her current position, her flushed face became redder. Raising her head to glare at Wu Yan, Mikoto twisted her body. Resisting the electric current from Wu Yan's doppelganger, she shyly moaned. Why aren't you getting out?" Mikoto's twisting almost made Wu Yan lose control again. Hugging Mikoto's body tightly, Wu Yan thrusted a few times. Mikoto's moans were all blocked, her moans turned into soft gasps. "Mikoto, you're getting more and more mesmerizing." Hugging Mikoto's body, Wu Yan said while thrusting. At the same time, he felt the pleasure of Mikoto's body. "NN. No. NN. Don't. Ugh. Come." Humph. Her body moved with Wu Yan's thrusts. Mikoto, who no longer has the strength to cooperate, can only look at Wu Yan in a daze and beg for mercy. Of course, these begging sounds were already heard before. Oh. Wu Yan didn't listen to her. A woman on the bed should listen to the opposite. Wu Yan faithfully carried out this rule. Without holding back, he tossed the body on top of him and enjoyed to his heart's content. "But Mikoto, I still want more, don't." Mikoto was already weak. She moaned while saying, "Later. NN. There's still. Ugh. Performance. Wu Yan stopped what he was doing and slapped his head. He almost forgot that Mikoto still has a violin performance to perform. Wu Yan stopped what he was doing and Mikoto finally had a chance to catch her breath. Her breaths were intermittent. Midsummer Festival. "I want to go on stage, so." He helplessly nodded. Since Mikoto still wants to perform, there's no point in continuing this scene. Although it's a bit of a pity, Wu Yan already enjoyed himself to the fullest. At most, he'll find another chance to play again. After all, he still has a set of maids in his interspatial ring. Wu Yan lifted Mikoto up and straddled her. Once again, he tossed Mikoto's body. As the moans continued, Wu Yan said, "Then Mikoto, you have to do your best. If you mess up, there'll be punishment." What else can Mikoto say? She could only moan and nod her head with difficulty and beg for mercy. Otherwise, she really won't have the strength to go on stage. However, with Wu Yan's interruption, Mikoto's nervousness about going on stage flew out of her head. It's not a bad thing. After tossing a few more times, Wu Yan really didn't want it to end like this. So he used all his strength and pounded Mikoto's soul out of her body, making her unable to control herself. Even if it ends, it'll have to wait until after this. When Wu Yan and Mikoto arrived at the cafeteria, Chuju immediately noticed them. She grumbled at them. "Where did you guys go? If you didn't come back, we would have gone looking for you." Wu Yan scratched his head and smiled. "Well, don't mind us. We just went to play a game. We're back now." When she heard Wu Yan say game, Mikoto, who was still thinking about what happened in the dorm, blushed again. But when she saw the mountainous pile of plates in front of Astria, she felt awkward again. You're a glutton as always, Astrea. Wu Yan laughed dryly and sighed helplessly. Thank goodness I have enough gold coins. Otherwise, I don't know how I'm going to feed this angel. Chuju curled her lips in disdain and pointed in a direction. Astrea's place is nothing. Look over there, that's the real deal. Everyone looked at where Hinajiku was pointing. When they saw the scene, they were shocked. If Astrea's pile was as big as a mountain, then that pile was as big as 10 mountains. Mikoto looked at the table over there and then at Astrea's table. Her mouth twitched. That's really nothing. As for Wu Yan, who is standing at the side, he is completely speechless with an awkward expression. If he wasn't mistaken, the person buried under the plates is a little girl with long silver hair wearing a nun's habit. Wu Yan found out the truth of the matter when he saw the hedgehog head sweating profusely at the side. I didn't expect you to be so free, Misaka Mikoto. At this time, an unusually low female voice entered everyone's ears. Everyone who was stuck in the world of plates was stunned. When they looked towards the source of the voice, they were stunned again. Wu Yan frowned. You are. Mikoto hesitated for a moment. She looked at the strange girl who looked like someone owed her money. Misaka Mikoto, Tokuwadai's Railgun, Academy Cities No. 3. You don't know me, but I know you very well. Standing in front of the crowd, the girl wearing a blue one-piece school uniform said. The girl had a head of slightly curly blue hair that reached her shoulders. Her face was tense, and her eyes were like the eyes of a fish. She looked like she didn't care about anything. Mikoto frowned when she heard the girl's words. She had a feeling this girl didn't come looking for her for a simple reason. Who exactly are you? We can talk about this later. Right now, I have something more important to tell you. The girl glanced at Wu Yan, Hinajiku, and the others. Her intention is clear, she's going to leave this place. What is it? Can't you just say it? Chuju looked at the girl. She didn't feel any danger, but she was still a stranger. It was better to be cautious. The girl glanced at Chuju and turned to Mikoto. This is very important. I hope you can come with me. Mikoto hesitated for a moment. Just as she was about to go up, Wu Yan suddenly spoke up. No need. Just say it here. There's nothing to hide. Nobunaga. Nobunaga's expression finally changed. She looked at Wu Yan in surprise. You know me. I have a rough idea. Wu Yan took 2 steps forward and shook Mikoto's hand. Mikoto took a step back. She knew Wu Yan was someone she could entrust her life to. Wu Yan smiled at Mikoto and then he looked at Fushu to Shinobu with a serious expression. Fushu to Shinobu, since you're here looking for Mikoto, I'm guessing it has something to do with the sisters. This time, Bushu Jushin's expression could no longer be described with the word change. Instead, it was shock. You know about the sisters? I'm not the only one. Everyone knows about it. So, just say it. Wu Yan said vaguely. Nobunaga looked at Mikoto, Chuju, Ikaros and Astrea, who stopped eating. It seems that you all really know. Bushu Ishin furrowed his brows tightly before relaxing them. Since you all know about it and Misaka Mikoto seems to know about it as well, I'm sure you all know about the sisters being kidnapped and the plan being frozen, right? Then I'll be frank. The Absolute Aptitude Evolution Plan has been activated again. Chapter 198. That's impossible. Wu Yan's first reaction was to smile. Even though he's smiling, his heart sank because he knows who this Fukuoka is. Fukuoka is responsible for half of the sisters' current state of mind. Fukuoka was the one who gave the sisters their current mindset. That's why Wu Yan wouldn't believe it if someone else said it. But since it's Fukuoka, he has to believe it, Mikoto doesn't know who Fukuoka is, but she heard the words, Absolute Aptitude User Evolution Plan, clearly. She panicked when she heard that this nightmarish plan was restarted. Are you telling the truth? Tell me. Mikoto yelled. If it wasn't for Wu Yen and the others, she wouldn't be able to hold herself back and grab Fukuoka's collar. Grabbing Mikoto's hand, Wu Yen pulled her to his side and consoled her. Mikoto, don't panic. Let's hear what she has to say first. Yen. Mikoto looked at Wu Yen worriedly. She nodded and backed away. Her eyes were glued to Toshin's body, she didn't look away at all. Fukuoka looked at everything coldly until Mikoto calmed down. Then she looked at Wu Yen. Looks like Misaka Mikoto trusts you a lot. Wu Yen smiled but didn't say anything. He asked in a low voice. Can you tell me what's going on? Why is the Absolute Aptitude User Evolution Plan restarted? Clearly, there are very few sisters left, and they can't support the plan at all, right? Toshinobu gave Wu Yen a deep look. She's very confused. How did this young man know so much about such a highly confidential matter? The plan itself is the same, the sisters are also the same. Also, about the sisters being kidnapped, actually, I don't know why. Fukuoka thought for a while and said. Her voice was flat, but it wasn't hard to hear the helplessness in it. I don't know why. Hearing this, Wu Yen couldn't help but frown. He didn't know why this plan that couldn't produce a result was actually started again. What was going on? Could it be Alistair's idea again? If that was the case, then what exactly was he planning? Seeing Wu Yan's distressed face, Mikoto couldn't help but feel a bit of heartache. It was all because of her fault that she came up with this plan, and Wu Yan not only brought her hope of salvation, but also put in a lot of effort for her sisters. Mikoto knew that all of this was for her sake. Mikoto's lips curled into a smile as she held onto Wu Yan's hand. A pair of tea-colored eyes met with Wu Yan's. There was an unprecedented gentleness in them. Wu Yan was almost sucked in by her gentle brown eyes. After all, Mikoto had never looked at him with such eyes before. Of course, this gentleness didn't last long. Mikoto turned her head away embarrassedly. Her cheeks were a bit red. Wu Yan found it funny. Mikoto looked at Fukuoka and hesitated for a while before asking softly. Why are you telling me this? Fukuoka went silent. She didn't answer Mikoto's question and instead looked at Wu Yan. Originally, I had a plan. I wanted to give the sisters mature thoughts and use their own resistance to the experiment to stop it. However, the hunter who suddenly appeared took the sisters away. I don't know what method he used, but the sisters were cut off from the Misaka network's data transmission. I lost track of the sisters' whereabouts, so this plan could only be buried deep. Hunter. Hunter is the codename given by the higher-ups of Academy City to the culprit who took the sisters away. Since they had no way of knowing the culprit's identity and whereabouts, they gave him the codename Hunter. Wu Yan could only smile bitterly. Fukuoka saw Wu Yan's bitter smile and for the first time, she smiled peacefully and changed her tone. Originally, I was worried about what the hunter would do to the sisters and what his goal was, but now... Fukuoka stared at Wu Yan and said. I'm not worried anymore. I think the hunter wouldn't hurt them, he was exposed. Wu Yan helplessly shrugged. He didn't have any objections to Fukuoka. Even though she participated in the Absolute Aptitude User Evolution Project experiment, she regretted it later, didn't she? She even wanted to save the sisters because of the guilt in her heart. So Wu Yan didn't have the intention to hide it from her and said with a smile, yeah, the hunter would never hurt them. Fukuoka smiled as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. She then looked at Wu Yan with a heavy gaze. If the hunter wants to take the sisters away, he must be careful of one person. Wu Yan squinted his eyes when he heard Fukuoka's words. Accelerator. Yes, Fukuoka nodded. Accelerator, although I haven't met him before, I heard that he is very concerned about the problem of strength. The hunter took the sisters away. It can be said that the hunter is trying to limit his evolution. Accelerator will never let this go. Fukuoka paused for a while before she continued. Besides, there is a high chance that he will participate in the operation to capture the hunter. Wu Yen closed his eyes and smiled. Well, it's only a matter of time before we meet. Fukuoka was stunned. Aren't you afraid? Afraid? Wu Yen glanced at the people around him. There's Mikoto, Chuju, Ikaros, Astria. With them around, I will never be afraid, not even if that birdman comes. Wu Yan's tone was filled with confidence and decisiveness. Fukuoka went silent for a while before she said helplessly, Then, I can only wish you good luck. Bushu's letter left. Everyone looked at her back and stood there in a daze. They seemed to be digesting the news Bushu's letter brought. Only they knew what they were thinking. Yen, tell us, what should we do? Chuju's voice broke the silence. Ikaros and Astria looked at Wu Yen, even Mikoto did the same. Mikoto squeezed Wu Yan's hand and said seriously, This time, don't think about doing it alone. Wu Yen nodded with a bitter smile. Even if I want to do it alone, I won't be able to last until the end. So don't worry, there will be a time when you will come in handy. Wu Yen pondered for a bit after that. The most important thing right now is to know the specifics of the restart of the Absolute Aptitude User Evolution Project. For example, information and the planned experimental grounds. Ikaros, you're better at this, so I'll have to trouble you to hack into their database and get the specifics. Yes. Master. Ikaros didn't even hesitate and agreed. For her, Wu Yen is already her absolute master. Wu Yen chuckled when he saw the storm brewing on everyone's faces. Of course, we'll have to wait until we get back. For now, let's enjoy the Midsummer Festival. Agreed. Astria was the first to raise her hand. She returned to the dining table at the speed of light and continued to munch on her food, making everyone sweat. Seeing that Mikoto was still a little concerned, Wu Yen said softly, All right, don't think too much. Even if the Absolute Aptitude Evolution Plan is restarted, the worst-case scenario is the sisters dying. At that time, we'll just revive them. With the genetic life supplement, there won't be a problem. Mikoto glanced at Wu Yen and nodded. Her expression relaxed. She's still a bit worried, but at least it's not like he's going to die, right? Compared to this, you should think about how to handle your performance on stage. Wu Yen shook his head with a smile and said meaningfully, If you don't perform well, you know what will happen to your dorm supervisor. Cold sweat covered Mikoto's face. Chapter 199. The Midsummer Festival slowly came to an end with Mikoto's elegant violin playing. When they left the Tokuwadai dorm, Shokuho Misaki appeared. She didn't say anything, she just made a shooting pose at Wu Yen like she was aiming at her next target. Wu Yen broke out in cold sweat. The first thing Ikaros did when she got home was to hack into the Research Institute's database and steal information on the Absolute Aptitude Evolution Project. The Absolute Aptitude Evolution Project has been restarted. Using the reason that, even if the number isn't enough for the first one to reach LV6, it can still shorten the time needed for the first one to reach LV6, the remaining sisters are included in the project. What a lame excuse. But it's undeniable that the Absolute Aptitude Evolution Project has been restarted, this is an indisputable fact. Soon, the sisters will be hunted down again. Currently, the experiment was being reorganized. Once the reorganization was complete, the Absolute Ability User Evolution Project would begin. Such an outcome made everyone heave a sigh of relief. At least, there was still some time for everyone to prepare. Ikaros didn't just discover information about the Absolute Aptitude Evolution Plan, she also discovered information about two other plans. Although they're called projects, they're more like objectives. Wu Yan knows one of these objectives as well. It's for the higher-ups to reacquire Mikoto's DNA in order to complete the Absolute Aptitude Evolution Project. If he could obtain Mikoto's DNA before all of his sisters died, then the Absolute Aptitude Evolution Project would definitely continue. Even if they can't get Mikoto's DNA before the sisters die, they'll continue with the Absolute Aptitude Evolution Project. So now, other than saving the sisters, Wu Yan and the rest have an additional mission, and that's to protect Mikoto. With Alistair's methods, even if Mikoto doesn't want to provide her DNA, he'll still do it in a roundabout way. Those guys who came to Wu Yan for help were just a small trick. In the original work, Mikoto was useless to Alistair other than providing him with DNA and a bit of combat power. But here, she's basically the center of the storm. Of course, with Mikoto's current strength, Accelerator wouldn't be able to do anything to her even if he wanted to. It's possible to defeat her, but to kill her like in the original, that's impossible. What Wu Yan had to guard against was only Alistair's secret methods, as well as Alistair's strongest fighter, AI was. As for the other objective, Wu Yan was more or less surprised. It was the operation to capture the hunter. However, this was to be expected. After all, he had almost ruined Alistair's plan. It would be strange if Alistair allowed him to do as he pleased in his territory. If it weren't for the fact that a large number of his sisters were still in his hands, he might have killed them instead of capturing them. With the restarting of the Aptitude User Evolution Project, the higher-ups will definitely try to get their hands on Mikoto's DNA as soon as possible. Wu Yan thought that the people who came looking for him back then would have news soon. All the troublesome matters had quietly descended at this moment, including the trouble that appeared in front of Wu Yan. Long time no see. Little Yen. Wu Yan looked at Shokuhu Misaki standing outside his door. She was looking at him with sparkling eyes. She seemed to be very happy to greet him. He had the urge to close the door. I say, Jusama. Wu Yan looked at Shokuhu Misaki strangely and forced a smile. I think I made myself very clear the other day. You came looking for me at this time. Do you really want to join my Crystal Palace? Era, don't tell me you don't welcome me. Shokuhu Misaki cupped her face with her hands and looked at Wu Yan shyly. Her words made his body tremble. Something's wrong. That was Wu Yan's first thought after hearing Shokuhu Misaki's words. Jusama. Wu Yan looked at Shokuhu Misaki cautiously and said with a headache. I really don't know what you see in me. You can't say that. Shokuhu Misaki smiled shyly. Little Yen is a very good man. Wu Yan shuddered when he heard that. He got goosebumps all over his body. To be honest, even he himself couldn't figure out where this excellent came from. Hey, little Yen, let's not talk about this. Shokuhu Misaki changed her tone and suddenly walked up to Wu Yan and hugged his arm. She laughed and said, Let's go on a date. Feeling Shokuhu Misaki's soft body on his arm, Wu Yan's mouth twitched. Why is this happening? He can guess what's going on, shameless woman. Let go of Yen. Mikoto looked at Shokuhu Misaki, who was smiling sweetly on the other side. Her brown eyes were filled with anger. When did you get here? Wu Yan looked up at the sky and sighed. Logically speaking, having two women in each arm should be a very good thing. However, Wu Yan didn't feel that way. He only felt like he was being cheated. How many times are you two going to do this, Jusama? Wu Yan sighed and complained. Can you stop playing around? I'm serious about going on a date with you. I'm not playing around. Shokuhu Misaki turned her head away in dissatisfaction. As for how much of her expression was genuine, that remains to be seen, you woman. Mikoto was about to explode. You already know about my relationship with Yen. yet you keep coming here to seduce him. What the hell are you planning? Misaka-san. Shokuhu Misaki looked at Wu Yen with resentment. Wu Yen felt goosebumps all over his body. She then said to Mikoto. Misaka-san, you're willing to share your man with other women, why are you so against me? They're different from you. Mikoto said without hesitation. Chuju and the others aren't as bad as you. Shokuhu Misaki blinked and said something that made Wu Yen and Mikoto almost vomit blood. I'm so innocent, how can you say I'm bad? You're so innocent. Wu Yen and Mikoto's eyebrows twitched. Shokuhu Misaki acted like she didn't see it and looked at Wu Yen. Little Yen, let's just ignore this middle school student and go on a date. Beep. Electric current started jumping around. It's obvious that Jusama's words hurt Mikoto greatly. In a blink of an eye, the two girls were in a new round of arguing. Wu Yan's ears were ravaged by the two girls. His head almost exploded. Why am I the unluckiest one every time? Is it because I didn't vote when I was reading? Is this karma? Looking at Jusama's smiling face, Wu Yan's heart was filled with resentment. It's all because of this girl. Shokuhu Misaki, who was in the middle of arguing with Mikoto, suddenly froze. Her face was filled with disbelief. She slowly turned her head around like a machine and looked at Wu Yan's calm face. Her eyes were filled with disbelief as she said with difficulty, You, what did I do? Wu Yan looked at Shokuhu Misaki innocently. Shokuhu Misaki almost went berserk. As for Mikoto, she was puzzled. What is this girl up to now? Seeing Mikoto's puzzled expression, Shokuhu Misaki gritted her teeth and glared at Wu Yen. She said word by word, I don't do. Is that so? Then that's good. Wu Yen showed a brilliant smile which made Shokuhu Misaki want to punch him. Wu Yen ignored Shokuhu Misaki's expression and stood there calmly. One of his hands was kneading Shokuhu Misaki's buttocks from an angle that no one could see. He praised her in his heart. As expected of the pampered Tokiwadai milady, Queen Shokuhu Misaki, this feeling. Chapter 201. Since you're not willing to give up your blood sample, then I'll have to take it myself. Kikin Taitaku's tone was very calm when he said this. It was as if his next opponent wasn't Railgun, who was only one rank lower than him, but a LVL0 powerless. Kikin Taitaku didn't put Mikoto in his eyes at all. Even though Mikoto's ranking was only one place lower than his, but with his dark matter, he dared to challenge Accelerator, who was in first place, let alone third place. Indeed, if Mikoto was still the Mikoto from Academy City, then even if she was only level 68, which was only one rank lower than the current Kikin Taitaku, with the dark matter's infinite possibilities, Mikoto would still be no match for him. But now, it's different. The current Mikoto was no longer level 68, but level 70, tier 8. Even if Accelerator was here, he might not be able to do anything to the current Mikoto, let alone the retarded Accelerator, who was killed in the end. Wu Yen looked at Kikin Taitaku with pity in his eyes. He knew that with Mikoto's personality, Kikin Taitaku had thoroughly angered her. Even if Mikoto didn't kill him, this Kikin Taitaku wouldn't have it easy. Facing the impending battle, Mikoto's expression was calm, as if the angry person wasn't her. She looked at Kikin Taitaku with the same calm expression. Shokuhu Misaki had been quietly watching the whole thing unfold without saying a word. With her ability in mind, she had already guessed the whole story. Even if it wasn't much, it wasn't too far off. Even if it wasn't much, it wasn't too far off. Shokuhu Misaki turned around and looked at the smiling Wu Yen. She asked curiously, "Aren't you worried about your little girlfriend? You know, the opponent is the second strongest person in Academy City, other than the first. Your little girlfriend is no match for him." Wu Yan glanced at Shokuhu Misaki and shrugged. I think, instead of worrying about Mikoto, it's better to worry about that birdman. Oh. Shokuhu Misaki looked at the two of them with interest, and then said to Wu Yan, You have so much confidence in your little girlfriend. Just watch quietly and you'll know. Wu Yan smiled and looked at Mikoto. There's a hint of absent-mindedness in his eyes. She's no longer the Misaka Mikoto of the past. The soft whisper made Shokuhu Misaki's body tremble slightly. She suddenly remembered the first time she met Wu Yan, and what Wu Yan said to her. Maybe you think I'm talking big, but what I want to say is, Mikoto is destined to not stay in a small place like Tokuwadai. She has a bigger world waiting for her. That's where she will shine. A bigger world. Shokuhu Misaki mumbled, looking at Mikoto. The stars in her eyes are twinkling. Who knows what she's thinking? On the stage, Kikin Taideku looked down at Mikoto with contempt. He slowly opened his mouth and said, Number 3, do you know what my ability is? Without waiting for Mikoto to answer, Kikin Taideku continued, My ability is called dark matter. Its purpose is to create new substances. It doesn't refer to substances that have yet to be discovered, it refers to substances that don't exist in this world to begin with, and I can set all the physical and chemical properties of these substances. Do you know what this means? The more he spoke, the wider the smile on Kikin Taideku's face, the more disdainful he looked at Mikoto. This means that I, who can create new substances and give them the physical and chemical properties of dark matter, have a lot of ways to nullify your electric shocks. Your ability to manipulate electricity is useless against my dark matter. Kikin Taideku said proudly to Mikoto. How are you going to fight me like this? Mikoto didn't say anything, she remained silent. It's like the calm before the storm, it's very oppressive. Kikin Taideku didn't know what Mikoto was thinking after hearing his words, but it's undeniable that Mikoto's calm demeanor made him feel pressured. On the other side, Wu Yan and Shokuhu Misaki heard Kikin Taideku's words. They both gasped in surprise at the power of dark matter. Kikin Taideku is indeed the strongest ability user after Accelerator. He can create substances at will, even if they don't exist in this world, but to be able to touch upon the field of creation, even if it's just a little, it's already extraordinary. Kikin Taideku, who had the dark elemental substance, was like a golden armament that only a golden armament of the 9th stage was qualified to wear. Even if a Tier 8 fighter with a gold armament can't win against a Tier 9 fighter, but in the realm of Tier 8, he's at the pinnacle. Just like Ikaros, she's invincible within Tier 8. And Kikin Taideku with dark matter is the same, in the realm of Tier 7, he's at the pinnacle of the pinnacle. It's no wonder that even an idiot like Accelerator would be fooled by him. Even Yujino Shizuri, who's only 2 tiers lower than Kikin Taideku, was almost beaten to a pulp by him in the original work. Kikin Taideku does have the qualifications to be arrogant. Of course, it's only in the realm of Tier 7. Beep beep beep. Blue and white electricity. Ferociously flowing on Mikoto's body, Tokuwadai's school uniform danced from the flow of electricity, the electricity illuminating Mikoto's body. It also illuminated Mikoto's face. The electricity circled around Mikoto's body, then under Mikoto's control, the electric gun shot out towards Kikin Taideku, who's flying in the sky. Kikin Taideku turned a blind eye to Mikoto's taser gun. His wings fluttered and rolled up like a spider's legs, blocking Kikin Taideku's front from the attack. The electric shock spear struck the wings of the dark matter. The electric current circled around the wings before it was extinguished into nothingness. The wings automatically returned to their original position and Kikin Taideku's face reappeared in front of everyone. He cracked a smile. Your ability is useless. It's not too late to regret now, I just need a little blood sample. Looking at the unharmed Kikin Taideku in the sky, Mikoto didn't answer him. Instead, she used her actions to prove herself. She closed her eyes, then opened them again. The electricity around her body surged. Her computing power was fully activated. The ear-piercing sound of electricity rang in Kikin Taitaku's ears like glass, causing him to feel pain in his ears. Mikoto's body was surrounded by a large amount of electricity. Her bangs fluttered even though there was no wind, making her look like the god of thunder. The original bluish-white electric current had become much brighter at this moment. Moreover, it was faintly silvery white. Seeing this, Kikin Taitaku's pupils shrunk. His eyes hurt from the bright electricity and he couldn't help but close them. Shokuhu Misaki, who was beside him, was also shocked. They could feel that at this moment, Mikoto had become even stronger. Only Wu Yan's lips curled into a smile. His eyes flashed with excitement as he looked at Mikoto. Mikoto is finally going all out. If. Mikoto lowered her head and looked at Kikin Taitaku with her electrified face and said softly, "If your ability is what gives you the right to do whatever you want, then." Mikoto took out a small token from her pocket and placed it in her hand. Countless electric currents surged towards Mikoto's token, forming a small white dot. At the same time, she raised her hand towards Kikin Taitaku. "Let me destroy it." Chapter 202. Light. Between heaven and earth. Only light remained. The lightning moved at an unimaginable speed towards the token in the owner's hand. The small token glowed with a bluish-white light and the powerful aura changed the direction of the wind. In terms of physical strength, Shokuhu Misaki's combat power is only at 5%. The strong wind blew her voluptuous body left and right. If it wasn't for the distance between them, she would have been blown away. Shokuhu Misaki's eyes widened in disbelief as she raised her hand in front of her face to block the dust that was about to hit her face. What the hell is going on? How did Misaka Mikoto become so strong? That was the only thought running through Shokuhu Misaki's mind. Shokuhu Misaki was familiar with Mikoto and she was certain that Mikoto wasn't this strong in the past. At this moment, Shokuhu Misaki suddenly remembered what Wu Yan said earlier. She looked towards Wu Yan's direction with great difficulty. Soon, Wu Yan's calm and smiling face entered Shokuhu Misaki's vision. Is it because of him? Only Shokuhu Misaki knew what was going on in her mind. However, Kikin Taitaku's thoughts were obvious because his thoughts were written all over his face. Crossing his arms in front of him in a defensive posture, Kikin Taitaku's face was filled with disbelief. It was as if he was deceived by the whole world. Kikin Taitaku screamed madly in his heart as he looked at the petite figure below him that was emitting a terrifying aura that made him tremble uncontrollably. This is impossible. After a moment of disbelief, Kikin Taitaku's face was completely twisted with madness. Looking at his trembling hands, Kikin Taitaku looked at Mikoto. At this moment, another figure appeared in front of Kikin Taitaku's eyes. White hair, red eyes, and dressed in a striped prison uniform. He was as thin as a match. The man who made Kikin Taitaku tremble in fear for the first time in his life. Now, the people were different. However, the same thing was happening again. In Kikin Taitaku's eyes, the girl with tea-colored hair and tea eyes seemed to be a white-haired demon with red eyes. Then, in Kikin Taitaku's eyes, they gradually merged into one. This kind of thing. How is that possible? The fear in Kikin Taitaku's heart had completely crushed his rationality. He roared madly, and the 3 pairs of wings on his back flapped violently. Instantly, a white beam of light shot out from the wings. Mikoto looked at the beam of light that was getting closer and closer to her, but she ignored it. She raised the coin in her hand and aimed it at the beam of light, at the crazed Kikin Taitaku behind it. When the white light beam was only a centimeter away from Mikoto, the orange light beam dispelled the white part of the light beam. The white light beam was torn apart in an instant. A thick orange light beam tore through the white light beam and shot towards Kikin Taidiku at a speed not visible to the naked eye. Like a meteor streaking across the sky. The railgun landed on Kikin Taidiku's body with a powerful force. Boom! The railgun that could penetrate anything in its path landed on Kikin Taidiku's body. Instead, the sound of a missile exploding was heard. In a blink of an eye, the area where Kikin Taidiku was standing was shrouded in black smoke. His figure could no longer be seen clearly, all that was left was the orange light of the super railgun, leaving behind a tiny orange light. Mikoto lightly brushed her bangs with her hand that was glowing with blue and white lightning. She snorted lightly. Her brown eyes had a trace of satisfaction. She seemed to be very happy that the railgun shone again. Shokuho Misaki stared blankly at the heroic Mikoto in the center of the battlefield. She, who had always been against her, was now immersed in her opponent's railgun that lit up the sky. She couldn't regain her senses for a long time. Wu Yan, on the other hand, had an excited smile on his face. No matter how many times he watched Mikoto use the railgun, he still couldn't get enough of it. In the sky, a corner of the area that was shrouded in smoke suddenly protruded out. A battered and exhausted figure with tattered clothes flapped 3 pairs of equally tattered wings and rushed out. He fled into the distance with all his might. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from everyone's line of sight. She still went easy on him, looking at Mikoto who was walking towards him. Wu Yan's eyes flashed with a trace of helplessness. But it will only last for a moment. If Mikoto really did kill that almighty second brother, Wu Yan would be more surprised. Misaka. Mikoto. Shokuho Misaki looked at Mikoto seriously as if she was getting to know her all over again. She then turned her attention to Wu Yan. Looking at the helpless expression on Wu Yan's face, Shokuho Misaki thought of something and a smile appeared on her face. She looked like a little girl who just saw candy. Things are getting more and more interesting. Academy City, School District 7, inside the windowless building. In the strange space, the strange and surprising figure was still floating in the liquid that seemed to be nourishing him in an omnipotent and unchanging manner. He was gently floating in the liquid that seemed to be nourishing him. In front of Alistair, there was also a floating screen. Alistair, as usual, was doing his job as a voyeur. On the screen, there was the scene of Kikin Taidiku appearing in front of Mikoto, the scene of Mikoto rejecting Kikin Taidiku's request, the scene of them clashing, the scene of Mikoto's electrocution being ineffective, the scene of Kikin Taidiku mocking Mikoto. Of course, there was also the scene of Mikoto using her railgun to kill Kikin Taidiku. After Kikin Taidiku ran away and Mikoto walked towards Shokuho Misaki, Alistair turned off the screen in front of him and went into deep thought. If Shokuho Misaki, Mikoto, or Kikin Taidiku were here, they would realize that the scene was exactly the same as what happened to them. The only thing missing is Wu Yan's figure. Perhaps in this silent space, there was someone who couldn't stand it anymore. Unable to bear the loneliness, he began to make his own voice, breaking the silence of this space. Your calculations have been negated. Alistair didn't say anything, he knew what the owner of the voice was talking about. A chess piece jumping out of your plan. In my memory, this is the first time something like this happened to you, right? Amidst the noise, a male or female voice rang out again. This time, Alistair finally reacted. It's not really jumping out of my plan. Misaka Mikoto is still within my calculations, but the plan needs to be changed. A chess piece will always be a chess piece. As expected of you. The owner of the voice said this. It's hard to tell if it's a sarcastic comment, or maybe it's nothing. When Alistair heard this, he immediately closed his eyes. Only his calm voice still echoed in this space. No. The railgun wasn't part of my plan in the first place. Misaka Mikoto herself was just a part of the plan. Her mission was to provide the DNA to complete my plan. What about now? The chaotic voice said again, "No matter what, the opponent has more or less exceeded your expectations, right?" Alistair opened his eyes. There was no anger in them, only calm and tranquility. "The railgun is still a chess piece." "Oh." The owner of the voice seemed to be interested. "Has he turned from worthless to a pawn that can be used?" This time, Alistair had nothing to say. Misaka Mikoto's ability has indeed exceeded his expectations. Ability assessment was a secret assessment made by Academy City to determine the potential of a person's superpower development. It meant that the moment a person was born, the extent of their superpower development was already predetermined. Just like Mikoto, her attainment assessment was LV5. But now, Mikoto's ability had completely shattered her quality judgment. Chapter 203. The owner of the messy voice knew about the accomplishment judgment as well. It could be said that as long as Alistair knew about it, there was nothing she didn't know. However, the owner of the voice didn't know what Alistair was thinking. After all, he was stronger than Alistair, but in terms of intelligence, the owner of the voice had never met anyone who could surpass the person in front of him who had been with him for a long time. That's why when Alistair fell silent, the owner of the voice knew that Alistair must be thinking about something. Thus, the owner of the voice also fell silent. Alistair recalled the day when the first Misaka sister was stolen. Ever since that day, his plan that had never deviated from its original plan was messed up. The theft of the Misaka sisters was the first time in his life that he had miscalculated. Inside Academy City, no one could escape his control. Because of the existence of the hovering loop, Alistair was able to control every single change in the city. On the other hand, the disappearance of Misaka's sister had completely destroyed Alistair's confidence in the hovering loop. With Alistair's personality, of course, he would not be angry about it. Instead, it was a harsh reminder. It reminded him not to rely on the hovering loop too much. Since then, Alistair had gradually organized an effective intelligence network. Combined with the hovering loop that had not diminished in function, he had once again brought everything that happened in Academy City into his control. He thought that with his calculations, his plan would be back on track soon. Who would have thought that Misaka Mikoto's strength would once again exceed his expectations? Alistair realized that ever since the disappearance of the first Misaka sister, everything seemed to be revolving around a central point and gradually changing, as long as he could control that central point. Recalling the series of events that didn't make sense, Alistair closed his eyes again. The hunter. At the same time, in the sky above Academy City, a shocking piece of news suddenly appeared on the screen of the floating airship that had never been seen descending. Mikoto's picture appeared on the screen of the airship. Beside it was a message: Academy City's third-ranked railgun Misaka Mikoto has won the battle against Academy City's second-ranked dark matter Kikin Taitaku. From today onwards, Academy City's LVL5 ranking has been reorganized. Super railgun Misaka Mikoto has risen to second place. Kikin Taitaku, the dark matter, fell to third place. When this message appeared on the screen of the floating airship and was seen by everyone in Academy City, the entire city was in an uproar. The super electromagnetic gun had risen from third to second place. The impact of this matter was not small, especially to those who were in the dark and knew about the accomplishment judgment. This was like a heavy bomb to them. It bombarded them until their minds went blank. Misaka Mikoto, who was supposed to be third place and unable to surpass the first two, suddenly broke the judgment of accomplishment judgment and tree diagram designer. He had overturned his own estimation. What did it mean to overturn the judgment of accomplishment? This meant that the so-called trash that they had treated as ants and casually abandoned in the past was very likely a mistake. As for those white mice that they treated as treasures and studied every day, it was very likely that they would become a huge flaw in their research. The research that revolved around the topic of ability would be beaten black and blue. And in Academy City, wasn't the topic of ability the most important topic? All the research related to accomplishment judgment and the use of accomplishment judgment would all be overturned. How could the scholars who had become famous because of this research and were currently researching it not go crazy? Of course, all of this only happened in the dark side of Academy City. On the bright side of Academy City, where hard work is the key to improving one's ability, there wasn't as much of a commotion. Other than Tokuwadai, on this day in Tokuwadai, Mikoto's picture was hung all over the screens and walls of the school. The girls of Tokuwadai were also celebrating their trump card becoming the strongest existence in the entire Academy City other than the number one. Those Missy who already had a crush on Mikoto to begin with, fell even deeper into the trap now. Strangely enough, Tokuwadai's other LV5, Shokuho Misaki, seemed to be acting strangely, regarding the fact that Mikoto had become the second most influential person in Tokuwadai. Shokuho Misaki, who viewed Misaka Mikoto as her greatest rival, was actually acting like she didn't care at all. Shokuho Misaki, who was usually in charge of the Queen's faction, suddenly acted like she didn't care at all. As for why this happened, only Shokuho Misaki herself knows the answer to that question. Academy City, School District 7, Wu Yan's house. Cheers. Wu Yan, Mikoto, Chuju, Ikaros, Astria, Kuriko, Ruko, and Wihara gathered together and raised their drinks and clinked them together. Misaka-senpai, congratulations on becoming number 2. Ruko said to Mikoto in high spirits. Wihara beside her also smiled happily. It was obvious that they were really happy about Mikoto's ranking. Thank you. Mikoto rubbed her head embarrassedly. Wu Yan was speechless. She was the one who wanted to celebrate her ranking. With Wanisama's ability, becoming number 2 is only a matter of time. Kuriko proudly put her hands on her hips. For someone who likes Mikoto the most, she was the happiest one here. The second place is only temporary. Soon, Wanisama will defeat the first place and become the strongest metahuman in Academy City. Kuriko clenched her fists in anticipation. Her eyes were filled with stars as she looked at Mikoto in a daze. Ah! Wanisama, my beautiful and powerful Wanisama, please allow me, Kuriko, to use my loving embrace to express my excitement. After that, Kuriko disappeared and reappeared in Mikoto's arms. She hugged Mikoto's waist tightly and rubbed against Mikoto's chest that was slowly being developed by Wu Yan. Kuriko! Let go of me. Being hugged by Kuriko in such a hurry in front of everyone and even Wu Yan, Mikoto is both embarrassed and angry. She quickly grabbed Kuriko and pulled her away. The two of them started messing around, causing everyone to laugh. One has to say, Kuriko really has the ability to turn everything into a joke. Wu Yan looked at Kuriko messing around with Mikoto with a smile on his face, but he was deep in thought. Mikoto becoming number 2 is indeed a good thing, but at the same time, it also means that Alistair saw the fight between Kikin Taidaku and Mikoto. But then again, so be it. Mikoto was already the target of the public when the sisters were stolen and the DNA map was stolen by him. Now, it just made the situation even more chaotic. Perhaps, he could even take advantage of this chaos to fish in troubled waters and rescue the rest of his sisters once and for all. Of course, that's a matter for the future. At this time, Wu Yan's phone suddenly rang, causing the noisy scene to go silent. This means that even though they were messing around, their attention was still on Wu Yan. Including Kuriko, Wiharu, and Ruko. After all, he was the only male here, how could he not be noticed? Wu Yan smiled apologetically at everyone and took out his phone. He looked at the number on the screen and tilted his head in confusion. All the people he was familiar with were here. Who else would call him? And it's an unknown number. Confused, Wu Yan picked up the phone right under everyone's eyes. Hello. On the other side of the phone, When Wu Yan picked up the call, the person on the other side of the phone went silent. After a while, a very annoying voice came out. "Young man, do you still remember me?" Chapter 204. When he heard the voice on the other side of the phone, Wu Yan's eyes narrowed. Everyone looked at Wu Yan, who suddenly acted strangely, and looked at each other. Wu Yan does recognize this voice. The only person who would use such an annoying term like "young man" and have the same annoying voice is the one who came to him that day and asked him to take Mikoto's blood. That guy with the eyes. Seeing the doubts in the eyes of the girls, Wu Yan waved his hand to signal them to be quiet and then pretended to be confused and said, "You? Who are you? Do I know you? Oh. Young man, you forgot me so quickly. It seems that I didn't leave a deep impression on you that day. We have to find a chance to stop you again." After that, there was a burst of strange laughter, which made Wu Yan roll his eyes. Too good at pretending, since the other party knows how to act, Wu Yan naturally knows how to act as well. He exclaimed in shock. "That look, it's so realistic. You are the guy with glasses that day." On the other side, when the guy with glasses heard Wu Yan's words, he seemed to be swallowed. He didn't know what to say, but he didn't tell him his identity. He couldn't let him know his identity, so he could only sullenly say, Yes, I am the guy with glasses that day." Wu Yan secretly laughed twice and then hesitantly said with a trembling voice, "Why are you looking for me?" The guy with glasses sneered twice. This time, his voice was really cold, which proved that he was a little angry in his heart. "Young man, you seem to have forgotten that you still owe me a favor." "I didn't forget. I didn't forget. I've always remembered it, really." Wu Yan shouted in panic, which made the guy with glasses think that Wu Yan was afraid. Only the girls sitting in front of Wu Yan could see that under Wu Yan's panicked expression, there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. "Is that so?" The guy with glasses deliberately dragged his words. "But why haven't we received any news about it yet? Did you really get Misaka Mikoto's blood?" Due to the silence in the room, the voice on the other end of the phone was exceptionally loud. Naturally, the words of the bespectacled man reached the ears of the women who were trying their best to eavesdrop, including Mikoto. She stood up with a swoosh. She looked at Wu Yan with a look of surprise. Her eyes are filled with all sorts of questions and suspicions. She no longer wanted to know the identity of the person on the other side of the phone, but if they were here for the blood in her body, then it could only be related to the Absolute Ability User Evolution Project. And if she didn't hear wrongly, that person seemed to be looking for Wu Yan to steal her blood, and Wu Yan seemed to have agreed. How could Mikoto not be confused? Of course, it was only a suspicion. If she suspected that Wu Yan was in cahoots with the other party, she would be the first to not believe it. It's just that Mikoto was too sensitive about wanting to steal her blood and DNA. Wu Yan quickly gestured for Mikoto to calm down. Mikoto sat down, but it was obvious that her face was a little pale. Another attempt to steal her blood. Since Mikoto heard it, the others naturally heard it too. As an insider, Chiju's expression turned serious. Estrella didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Only Kuriko, Ruko, and Ueharu's faces were filled with confusion. Wu Yan bitterly smiled. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have picked up the phone so openly. Mikoto and Chiju were fine, he didn't intend to hide it from them, but how should he deal with Kuriko and the other two? "I haven't gotten it yet. You should know that Mikoto is now the second in line. I'm just a powerless. How do you expect me to get her blood?" "That's none of our business," the bespectacled man rudely said. "How you do it is your business, we only want results." "But..." Wu Yan deliberated over his words and carefully said. "Anyone would be suspicious if you say you want to take someone's blood for no reason," the bespectacled man snorted. The reason I approached you was because I heard that you and Misaka Mikoto seem to be quite close. With your relationship, the chances of you obtaining Misaka Mikoto's blood is very high. And if you can't complete the mission, even though they were separated by a phone, Wu Yan could hear the underlying threat. It's nothing more than being useless and getting rid of him. This tone made Wu Yan very unhappy. He could only suppress his displeasure and act like a movie king once again. Give me some time, you don't have much time. The bespectacled man slammed the table hard. Wu Yan could hear the bespectacled man's impatience. We must get Misaka Mikoto's blood today. That's too much. Wu Yan's mind was spinning like crazy. It seems like Mikoto defeating Kikin Taidaku and becoming the second in line has affected them greatly. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in such a hurry. The bespectacled man had no choice. After all, Mikoto defeated Kikin Taidaku and overturned Academy City's Secret Research Institute's judgment on her. The implications are too great. Now, there must be a lot of people who want to dissect Mikoto so that they can figure out how she was able to break the judgment. Of course, this includes them. This wasn't just about the absolute aptitude evolution plan anymore, it also involved the ability judgment. If he could find out how Misaka Mikoto broke through the ability judgment, would he be able to use this method on other people? If they can, then they can help others break the judgment and create countless super aptitude users. The moment they thought of this, the researchers went crazy. Every one of them had their eyes set on Mikoto. The bespectacled man was the same. I said, this is your business. The bespectacled man said angrily. Tonight, I want to see Misaka Mikoto's blood. After you get Misaka Mikoto's blood, you'll get. Wu Yan was stunned when he heard the address given by the bespectacled man. The address given by the bespectacled man was the research institute where the remaining Misaka sisters were gathered. After giving the address, the bespectacled man didn't give Wu Yan a chance to speak and hung up. Wu Yan held the phone in his hand for a long time. When he did, he was overjoyed. This was a great opportunity to sneak into the research institute openly and save his sisters. Yan, what's going on? Who's that person? Seeing Wu Yan put away his phone, Mikoto couldn't wait any longer. She wanted to know everything. Wu Yan sighed. He knew that Mikoto was anxious. After all, this was one of her worries. But Kuriko and the rest were here. How am I supposed to answer your questions? Wu Yan had no choice but to tell them about the deal he made with the bespectacled man. Of course, he didn't tell them anything about the absolute aptitude user evolution plan. Kuriko, Ruko, and Wiharo were all confused. Why did the other party want Mikoto's blood? But one thing was for sure, it wasn't anything good. Hence, under the influence of justice, and since it was related to her sister, Kuriko immediately expressed her opinion. This matter is already classified as a crime. We, the Conduct and Discipline Committee, have the right to investigate this matter and arrest the mastermind behind it. Wu Yan laughed bitterly. If the higher-ups of Academy City could be arrested by a group of students, then there wouldn't be so much darkness in Academy City. Kuriko, it's better if you don't get involved in this. Kuriko was stunned. She immediately complained. Why? This is a serious matter. It's better if you don't get involved. Without waiting for Kuriko's reply, Wu Yan looked at Mikoto, Chuju, Ikaros, and Astria. I have a plan. Chapter 205. At night, Wu Yan went to a research facility alone. Actually, Wu Yan has been to this facility quite a few times already. Almost every night, he would come here at least once. Back then, he was sneaking around. This time, he came here in broad daylight. Looking at the tall building in front of him, Wu Yan's eyes flashed, and then he walked up. Almost at the same time, the door of the research institute opened. Two security guards came out from inside, holding batons in their hands, looking at Wu Yan, full of vigilance. The two security guards looked at each other, then without hesitation, put the batons in their hands in front of Wu Yan, and stopped Wu Yan. "This is a private area, we don't accept visitors, please don't come any closer." Hearing this, Wu Yan took 2 steps back and said to them, "I was invited by the people here, that's why I came here." When Wu Yan said this sentence, on the side of the door, there was a device like a doorbell, and the owner of the voice was the glasses man. "He was invited by me, bring him in." The 2 security guards quickly said yes, and then brought Wu Yan in. One of them led the way, and the other stood behind Wu Yan. It felt like they were escorting him. Along the way, Wu Yan passed by a lot of robots that looked like garbage cans, and even passed by layers of guards. Looking at the heavily guarded research institute, Wu Yan hated it so much that his teeth itched. Almost every time, it was these hateful guards and endless precautions that made him return empty-handed for many nights, and he couldn't save even one of his sisters. If it weren't for his sisters still in this research institute, Wu Yan would have been annoyed by them and directly attacked. Of course, attacking by force was definitely not a good idea. After all, the number of sisters was very small, and the people in the research institute had a lot of opportunities to transfer the sisters while he was attacking. At that time, he would return empty-handed. But today was different. As long as he could sneak into the research institute, Wu Yan had enough confidence to rescue his sisters. Soon, Wu Yan was brought to a room. The bespectacled man was sitting in the room, pacing anxiously. When he saw Wu Yan, he revealed a happy smile. He casually waved his hand and dismissed the 2 security guards who were leading the way. It seemed that the bespectacled man had a very high status in this research institute. "Young man, you really keep your word." The bespectacled man walked in front of Wu Yan, patted his shoulder, and said earnestly. That pretentious look made Wu Yan almost unable to hold back and beat him up. He could only pull out an ugly smile. "Since you're here, it means that you've obtained Misaka Mikoto's blood, right?" The bespectacled man couldn't wait any longer. His eyes were shining with fanaticism. The way he looked at Wu Yan was exactly the same as the way Gakuo looked at the controlling brain. However, Wu Yan knew that the bespectacled man wasn't interested in him, but Mikoto's DNA. "Don't tell me you didn't get it." The bespectacled man retracted his smile when he saw Wu Yan's silence. His face was filled with murderous intent. If Wu Yan dared to say the word no, the bespectacled man wouldn't go easy on him. Wu Yan finally reacted. He lifted his head and grinned at the bespectacled man. Then, he punched the bespectacled man's face. The bespectacled man's nose bled and he fell to the ground. He twitched twice and fainted. "I've been wanting to beat you up for a long time now." Wu Yan kicked the bespectacled man twice to vent his anger. Then, an electric current flashed across his forehead. Outside the research institute, in a corner, Mikoto, Chuju, Ikaros, and Istria were hiding here. Chuju was looking in the direction of the research institute while Mikoto had her eyes closed. Nobody knew what she was doing. At a certain moment, a blue and white electric current suddenly flashed on Mikoto's forehead without warning. She opened her eyes almost as soon as the electric current flashed. "Yan's signal?" Chuju asked. Mikoto nodded. Chuju, Ikaros, and Istria exchanged glances with Mikoto. They all took out a crystal-like scroll. Return scroll. Without hesitation, the 4 girls crushed the scroll in their hands. The fragments of the scroll turned into specks of light and attached themselves to the 4 girls. Then, in a flash, the 4 girls disappeared. Inside the research institute, in front of Wu Yan, white specks of light crawled out from the ground like fireflies. More and more of them appeared. Soon, the specks of light turned into light and illuminated the entire room. When the light dimmed, Mikoto, Chuju, Ikaros, and Istria appeared in front of Wu Yen. Wu Yen chuckled and casually threw away the brick in his hand. After all, the teleportation point of the town return scroll can't be set on a person's body. Wu Yan could only resort to trickery and set the teleportation point on the brick before bringing it in. The four girls saw Wu Yan and immediately ran to Wu Yan's side. Mikoto looked at the unconscious bespectacled man on the ground and frowned. She said unhappily, "Is he the one who wants my blood?" Wu Yan nodded. Mikoto smiled sinisterly and shot out a taser gun. The unconscious bespectacled man's body was charred black. He twitched non-stop and turned into a frog in his sleep. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. Sis Cannon sure knows how to hold a grudge. Wu Yan quickly stopped Mikoto when he saw that she was going to use another taser gun. Alright, he'll suffer. Let's find the sisters first. Mikoto reluctantly stopped when she heard about the sisters. Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Mikoto would kill the bespectacled man. Although he also wanted to, looking at the bespectacled man on the ground and the girls, Wu Yan said in a low voice, "Let's proceed with the plan." When Wu Yan said that, Mikoto immediately turned her unwillingness into her boss's unwillingness. Are we really going to ask that woman for help? Wu Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Yeah, in this situation, she's the most suitable person to do it, but... Mikoto was still a little reluctant. We have the system's item list. There should be something suitable in there, right? There is indeed something suitable in the item list. But at this time, it's better to let a professional do it. After all, what we're going to do is more human-like. Wu Yan tried his best to persuade her. If possible, he wouldn't want an outsider to get involved. But, to be safe, this is necessary. Plus, the other party probably wouldn't go around telling others about this, probably. Alright. I understand. For the sisters, I'll bear with it. Wu Yan could only smile bitterly again. He crushed a return scroll and disappeared from the spot. Not long later, a familiar light appeared in the room. When the light faded, Wu Yan appeared with a woman. Era, I didn't expect that you would do something so illegal. I'm really surprised. As soon as the woman appeared in the room, she immediately taunted Mikoto. Mikoto clenched her teeth and told herself to bear with it. Alright, Josama. You should hurry up and finish your business. Wu Yan could only remind her. Otherwise, she might really attract attention. Shokuhu Misaki pursed her lips and stopped trying to attract Mikoto's aggro. Instead, she turned her head and looked deeply into Wu Yan's eyes. She was simply too curious. How did the man in front of her bring her here in an instant? Teleportation ability. But doesn't he have the same ability as Misaka Mikoto? Or, is there another secret? Thinking of this, Shokuhu Misaki couldn't help but lick her lips. Her starry eyes stared at Wu Yan. She didn't hide her curiosity and interest towards Wu Yan. This made Wu Yan's hair stand on end. Seeing how Shokuhu Misaki wanted to eat him alive, Wu Yan couldn't help but cry. He was sure that if she could, Josama wouldn't hesitate to use her ability on him 70 or 80 times to force him to spill the beans. Chapter 206. The two security guards at the door didn't notice anything that happened in the room. They stood there dutifully to prevent any accidents from happening. After all, they were the ones who brought Wu Yan in. They are responsible for escorting Wu Yan out. Otherwise, if the person they brought in causes a ruckus here, they will be the ones to die. Until a certain moment, a sound came from inside the room. Come in. Hearing the familiar voice, the two security guards pushed the door open and walked in. The first thing they saw was the young man they brought in. Then, they looked at the man in glasses. "Take him out," the man in glasses ordered. The two security guards nodded and escorted Wu Yan out. If you look closely, you will notice that the man in glasses had a blank look in his eyes. Wu Yan obediently followed the two security guards out of the lab. When Wu Yan walked out of the lab, the two security guards didn't say a word. They turned around and closed the door behind them. Wu Yan walked away as if he didn't see anything. When he couldn't see the lab anymore, Wu Yan stopped. He took out a return scroll and crushed it. Wu Yan's vision blurred and he reappeared in the lab. Just as Wu Yan appeared, Mikoto, Chuju, Ikaros, Astria, and Shokuho Misaki appeared out of thin air. They were holding a cloak in their hands. Shokuho Misaki touched the cloak curiously. Her eyes were shining with curiosity. "What kind of cloak is this? It can turn invisible." Wu Yan shrugged and said, "A cloak that can turn invisible, of course it's the invisibility cloak." Shokuho Misaki didn't ask any more questions. She looked at Wu Yan with her starry eyes. Her lips curved into an intriguing smile. She even tapped her lips with her finger. "One day, I'll definitely make you spill all your secrets," she thought. Wu Yan saw Jusama's expression but he didn't care. If Jusama can blackmail him into telling her about herself, she wouldn't be able to run away when the time comes. With that in mind, Wu Yan turned around and looked at the man in glasses. "So, what happened to this guy?" Shokuho Misaki said. The part about your memories and today's events are mostly deleted." Wu Yan released a sigh of relief and he smiled at Shokuho Misaki. "Thank you, Queen." Shokuho Misaki covered her mouth and giggled. "No need to thank me. Remember what you promised me." After hearing this promise, Mikoto expressed her dissatisfaction, and Hinajuku was also quite displeased. The two girls turned their heads away, out of sight, out of mind. Wu Yan smiled sheepishly. "Of course I won't forget. No matter how I look at it, I'm the one who got the better end of the deal. He went through a lot of trouble to get Jusama to help him and in the end, he got a date with her." Wu Yan didn't know what Shokuho Misaki was up to but he's the one who got the most out of this. "I'm looking forward to it." Koho-sama covered her smile and took out a crystal scroll. She looked at it curiously and looked at Wu Yan with a bit of reluctance. "What an interesting thing. You have to give me more next time, little Yen." Wu Yan rolled his eyes. He knew that Shokuho Misaki's attention to him had increased by 100% due to the series of magical items. However, Koho-sama was smart enough to know what to ask and what not to ask. She held herself back from asking. After Shokuho Misaki crushed the return scroll and disappeared, Mikoto and Chuju turned around and looked at Wu Yan with serious expressions. Mikoto even looked a bit excited. Finally, she could be of help. Wu Yan nodded at everyone when he saw them looking at him. "Let's do as we said. Mikoto and I will sense the location of the sisters and rescue them. This time, I must save all the remaining sisters." The girls nodded with determination. Wu Yan smiled in relief. However, his smile soon froze on his face. He was completely stunned. Beep. Special event detected. Sudden mission issued. Sudden mission, Absolute Aptitude User Evolution Project restarted in advance. Under the arrangement of the researchers, Accelerator was heading to the experimental site. There, the military clone, Sister Misaka, was on the brink of death. Mission: find the experimental site of the Absolute Aptitude User Evolution Project, and rescue the dying military clone Misaka sister. Mission reward: equipment, items, ability and summoning points 10,000 points. Beep. Special event detected. Dungeon Mission 2 restarted in advance. Dungeon World, Magic Catalog. Dungeon Mission, Rescue. Mission 1, Save 20,000 Misaka Sisters. Revive all the dead Misaka sisters and heal the Misaka sisters who are still alive. Collect all 20,000 Misaka sisters and store them in the biocontainment device. Mission Reward, Equipment Points, Item Points, Ability Points, Summoning Points 100,000 each. Mission 2, Defeat the strongest Esper in Academy City, Accelerator. Mission Reward, Randomly summon a character. Mission 3, Locked. How did this happen? Wu Yan was speechless. The sudden activation of the Absolute Aptitude User Evolution Project caught Wu Yan off guard. He was supposed to rescue the remaining sisters, wasn't he? Yan. What's going on? Why did the experiment suddenly start? Wu Yan still hasn't recovered from the sudden turn of events when Mikoto yelled at him in a panicked manner. If it weren't for the fact that he did something beforehand, her voice would have attracted the attention of the people in the research facility. Hearing Mikoto's words and the serious expression on the girls' faces, Wu Yan was taken aback. You all know about it. Chuja nodded and said in a serious tone, the system has already shared the mission with us. Looks like this is a little urgent. It's more than urgent. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. Now, whether or not we can find the experimental site is a problem. What should we do? Yen. Mikoto's face turned pale. If we don't stop it soon, that sister. Wu Yan fell silent and smiled bitterly in his heart. Even if it wasn't for the mission, Wu Yan couldn't just watch one of his sisters die in front of him, let alone Mikoto. The most logical thing to do now is to continue with his plan and rescue the remaining sisters. As for the sister that's undergoing the experiment, he can use the genetic life serum to save her. But forget about Wu Yan, no one here would want to do that. Because they all treat their sisters as human beings, not tools to be manipulated. They can ignore their deaths and look at them rationally. They can't do it. Yen, Mikoto, calm down. Seeing Wu Yan and Mikoto in a panic and unable to calm down, Chuju quickly stepped forward to stop them. Hurry up and think of a solution, that's the most important thing. Yes. There's a way, there's a way. She said that but her expression didn't calm down. She's still running around in circles. Wu Yan, on the other hand, calmed down first. Looks like we have to split into 2 teams. One team will stay here and rescue the sisters. The other team will go and stop Accelerator. Wu Yan pondered for a moment and finally said, let me go to Accelerator. You're going. Hinajuku frowned. Yan, Accelerator is definitely a Tier 8 fighter. You're only a Tier 7, you're no match for him. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. Chuju's words hit his weak spot. But Mikoto and Chuju don't know anything about Accelerator. He's the only one who knows a thing or two about Accelerator. If I don't go, who will? Chapter 207. After explaining the reason to Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria, the 4 girls went silent. They really don't know Accelerator. Forget about his abilities, they don't even know what he looks like. Wu Yan, on the other hand, knows Accelerator very well. Not just his looks, but his personality and abilities as well. That's why there's no reason to stop Wu Yan, but you're not Accelerator's match. You might not be able to do anything even if you go. Seeing Wu Yan's determined expression, Chuju couldn't help but feel a little anxious. The other 3 girls also had the same expression. They're worried something will happen to Wu Yan. Wu Yan smiled and comforted them. Don't worry, it's not like I don't have a return scroll. If worse comes to worst, I'll just take the sisters and leave. If that's the case, what about the second mission? Aren't we supposed to defeat Accelerator? Chuju looked at Wu Yan as if she could see through Wu Yan's thoughts. With your personality, there's no way you'd run away without even trying. Wu Yan went silent. He felt helpless. He has to admit that Kaishu-sama knows him well. If he didn't try, there's no way he'd run away. Mikoto suddenly said. Yen, I'll go with you. Wu Yan bitterly smiled. Mikoto, I understand how you feel right now. But if both of us go, who's going to sense the sister's location? We're the only ones who have the ability to sense the sisters within a short distance. But... Mikoto hesitated. She doesn't want him to take the risk alone. But, there are sisters on both sides, how do you expect her to choose? No buts. Wu Yan held Mikoto's shoulder and said solemnly. Leave that sister to me. You have to save the other sisters. That's our promise. Mikoto lowered her head when she saw Wu Yan's irrefutable look. But that doesn't mean the others will too. Wu Yan felt something tugging at his back. He turned around and saw Ikaros looking at him with her indigo eyes. There was even a hint of pleading in her eyes. Master, it was just a sentence, but the meaning behind it was clear to everyone. Ikaros, you can't go either. Wu Yan ruffled Ikaros' hair. You're the strongest among us. We only have one accelerator. But if you're exposed, you'll have to face the entire research facility. Wu Yan's gaze then turned to Ikaros. At that time, you, who have an unparalleled advantage in group battles, will definitely be the best candidate to deal with them. But, Master. Ikaros' expression slowly turned into one of deep worry. Her expression is so sad that anyone who saw it couldn't help but feel pain in their heart. Wu Yan felt the same way. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Wu Yan softly comforted Ikaros. If it comes down to it, I'll run away. Don't worry, okay? Ikaros' eyes fluctuated rapidly. Her inner struggle was evident. Looking at Wu Yan's gentle gaze, Ikaros could only nod. In return, Wu Yan smiled. Astrea stood in front of Wu Yan and she yelled at him. Then, Master, let Astrea accompany you. Astrea even waved her arm to show off her strength. That Fong-something guy, Astrea won't lose to him. This time, Wu Yan didn't object. It's true that with his own strength, defeating Accelerator would be extremely difficult. If he didn't know the original author and have a good understanding of Accelerator's abilities, it wouldn't be difficult at all. He might have even fallen into despair. After all, Accelerator's ability is terrifying. Vector manipulation. As long as he touches it through his skin, he can freely manipulate the direction of kinetic energy, heat energy, electrical energy, etc. He can reflect all physical attacks. In theory, even a nuclear explosion wouldn't hurt him. He can even temporarily affect the rotation of the Earth. To be honest, if it was just him alone, even if he knew Accelerator's weakness, he wouldn't have the confidence to beat him. However, with Astrea on his side, it's a different story. As a melee angel, even Ikaros can't compare to Astrea in terms of melee combat ability. In theory, Astrea can't defeat Accelerator who can reflect all physical attacks. However, with Astrea's understanding of melee combat, it won't be hard for her to defeat Accelerator. As long as Astrea can execute an attack that exceeds Accelerator's computational ability, Accelerator won't be her match. With two rare armaments that are infinitely close to gold armaments, Wu Yan believes Astrea can defeat Accelerator. Thinking of this, Wu Yan didn't object. Alright then, Astrea, you're coming with me. Astrea's face lit up. Yes. Master. Chuju didn't say anything about Wu Yan's decision. It's not that she isn't worried about Wu Yan. It's just that she's the weakest in the group other than Wu Yan. She won't be of much help even if she goes with them. Chuju had no choice but to ask. Then, how are you going to find Accelerator? Wu Yan lowered his head and thought for a while. After a while, he touched the biocontainment device in his hand. Looks like I can only rely on my sisters. You're thinking of, Wu Yan nodded. He touched the biocontainment device and a figure identical to Mikoto appeared in front of everyone. She looked around in a daze and when she saw Wu Yan, she froze in place. Misaka found a weirdo. Misaka said in surprise. Wu Yan's face twitched. Why are you calling me a weirdo? Because you're the thief who stole the Misakas and the good person who healed them. But you're also a pervert who locked them up in a dark place to sleep. That's why I'm calling you a weirdo. Misaka tried to explain to the weirdo in front of her why he's a weirdo. Even at this critical moment, Wu Yan was still stunned by Misaka's sister's powerful speech. However, Misaka's sister didn't pay attention to him anymore because she noticed Mikoto. It's Wani-sama. Misaka said in surprise. I'm happy to be able to meet Wani-sama. Hearing this, Mikoto felt a surge of warmth in her heart. At the same time, her determination to save her sisters grew even stronger. I'm happy to be able to meet you too. But, sister, I have something I need your help with. You're the only one who can help me. After Mikoto finished her explanation, Misaka's sister was silent for a long time before she lifted her head and spoke. Why do you want to save the Misakas? Their bodies are borrowed and their hearts are fake. They only cost 180,000 yen per body. All you need to do is press a button and you can make them. Mikoto bit her lip so hard that she almost broke her skin. Wu Yan clenched his fists and hugged his sister. Mikoto was stunned by the scene in front of her. Who said your bodies are borrowed? Who said your hearts are fake? Wu Yan vented his anger by shouting. Your bodies, your hearts, they were all cut off from Mikoto's body. It's Mikoto's DNA that made you. Everything you have belongs to Mikoto. I'm not from the research institute of those bastards. So, don't humiliate yourself. Misaka's sis was stunned. Her lifeless eyes moved a little. She mumbled. Everything we have belongs to Wani-sama. That's right. Wu Yan looked into her eyes and he continued in a gentle tone. So, for the sake of your Wani-sama, I beg of you, sis, please help us. For Wani-sama, Misaka's sis looked at Mikoto. She saw the excitement and guilt on Mikoto's face. Yes. For Wani-sama. Chapter 208. Night, on a deserted street, a man and two women were running wildly in a certain direction. One of the women was even carried on the man's back due to lack of physical strength. Misaka's sister had her eyes closed. Every once in a while, she would open her eyes and point in a certain direction. Wu Yan and Istria were running in that direction, hoping to catch up to the experiment before it starts. The biocontainment device on his hand disappeared. Wu Yan gave it to Mikoto. Ikaros, Mikoto, and Chuju are there, so Wu Yan wasn't worried about them. He just needed to focus on this side. If it weren't for Wu Yan and Istria's strong bodies, they would have collapsed from exhaustion by now. Until a certain point, the sister finally said something. It's right in front. Misaka said confidently. Wu Yan didn't speed up. Instead, he stopped and allowed Istria, who was running behind him, to crash into Wu Yan. Her voluptuous breasts pressed against Wu Yan's back and bounced off Wu Yan. Wu Yan stumbled and almost fell to the ground from Istria's voluptuous breasts. He didn't know what to feel. Was he glad that he put Misaka's sister down first? Or was he hoping that Istria crashed into Misaka's sister? If it wasn't for the timing, he might have screamed in pleasure. Master. Istria acted like nothing happened. She looked at Wu Yan in confusion. She didn't understand why he suddenly stopped. The same goes for her sister. Wu Yan sighed helplessly when he saw Istria's confused expression. He just told her something and she forgot about it. What should he say to her? Wu Yan didn't explain. He took out a capsule from his inventory. Astria was enlightened when she saw the capsule. She took out a capsule from her inventory as well. Transformation capsule changes the user's appearance and physique to 100%. The user must consume a reversion capsule to restore their original appearance. 2000 item points. The transformation capsule is the item Ikaros and Astria used to stop the hounds in item. If possible, Wu Yan doesn't want to expose himself. After all, it's easier to do things while hiding in the shadows. The moment Wu Yan and Astria consumed the polymorph capsules, their figures and appearances changed completely. Even if someone familiar with them came here, they wouldn't be able to recognize the two of them. Ignoring Misaka Sis, who is calmly yelling that the weirdo and his companions transformed, Misaka Sis exclaimed in shock. Wu Yan ran forward. Astria and Misaka Sis quickly followed after him. Soon, a barren rocky ground appeared before their eyes. The rocky ground was very spacious, and Misaka's sister, who was about to conduct her experiment, stood in the middle of it all, as if she was afraid that no one would be able to find her. Where's Accelerator? Is he not here yet? Wu Yan looked around and didn't see Accelerator. He let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, he felt a little disappointed. After all, Accelerator was his second mission. Misaka's sister saw Wu Yan and the others running towards her. She asked, "Are you guys here to save Misaka?" Misaka said with an inexplicable feeling. "Is Accelerator not here yet?" Wu Yan wasn't surprised that Misaka's sister knew he was here to save her and accepted his rescue. After all, Misaka's sisters are connected to the Misaka network. Whatever he said to one of them, she would know as well. Wu Yan nodded when Misaka's sister nodded. Wu Yan looked at the two identical sisters and asked, "Which sister are you?" Misaka is a military clone. Her serial number is 00001. Misaka answered honestly. She was unhappy that the weirdo didn't know her serial number. This is the Misaka's sister who led the way. Wu Yan didn't expect to get 00001 out of a random sister. Or should I say, his luck. Misaka is a military clone. Her serial number is 10032. Misaka introduced seriously. This is the sister who was going to conduct her experiment. However, her serial number surprised Wu Yan. 10032. Isn't that the sister who was saved by Tu Mei in the original work? What a coincidence, she's the one who will be restarting the experiment. Looking at Misaka 10032, Wu Yan didn't see anything special about her. She was saved by Tu Mei in the original work and now he saved her. She's pretty much the same as the other sisters. Ugh, that's nonsense. Alright, sisters. Wu Yan only used their serial numbers to identify them. Wu Yan was against calling them by their serial numbers. You should leave this place first. It will be dangerous if you stay beside the battle later. Wu Yan could have just left with the sisters. However, this is related to his second mission. Wu Yan didn't want to leave without trying anything. At least with Astria around, they still have hope. Misaka 00001 nodded. Misaka 10032 asked, "Are we going to Wanisama's place?" Misaka asked expectantly. That's right. Wu Yan stuffed a return scroll into Misaka 10032's hand and said with a smile. "Go find your Wanisama, she's waiting for you." Misaka 10032 nodded. Her eyes flickered as she accepted the return scroll from Wu Yan. Astria's crimson eyes flashed. She looked at a corner and called out to Wu Yan. "Master! You're here." Wu Yan slowly turned around and looked at the direction Astria pointed at. There, a figure slowly walked out from the shadows. White hair, red eyes, striped clothes like a prisoner. His body was as thin as a stick. He looked like he could be pushed down by a strong gust of wind. If it wasn't for the vicious expression on his face, no one would believe he's the strongest ability user in Academy City. Accelerator. Accelerator, level 70, Wu Yan's pupil shrunk. He's level 70, tier 8. Accelerator was stunned when he saw the two Misaka sisters and two strangers. He said impatiently, "What's going on? Who are you two? Are you here to inform me that I have to kill 2 more puppets for today's experiment? I don't care." Anger flashed in Wu Yan's eyes. The way he looked at Accelerator also turned hostile. Even if it wasn't for the mission, just because of what he said just now, Accelerator must be beaten up today. Wu Yan lowered his head and ignored Accelerator. He said to the two sisters, "You two, leave first." The sisters looked at Wu Yan and then at Accelerator. They nodded and crushed their scrolls before disappearing into thin air. Spatial ability. Accelerator looked at the spot where the Misaka sisters were standing and said in shock, "What's going on? How did those puppets know how to use spatial abilities?" Puppets. Wu Yan closed his eyes and calmed his emotions. He looked at Accelerator with a calm expression. Wu Yan's expression showed how angry he is. When Accelerator was about to say something, his phone suddenly rang. He frowned and picked up the phone impatiently. "Hey, what's going on?" The person on the other side of the phone said something and Accelerator's impatience disappeared. When the call ended, Accelerator was expressionless. He looked at Wu Yan and Astria with a sinister smile. "I see. You want to stop me from becoming invincible? Then, prepare to die." Chapter 209. Ding. Sudden quest completed. Obtained 10,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points. After Misaka's sister teleported away, the sudden quest completion notification popped up. However, Wu Yan didn't have the energy to pay attention to it. "Master. Be careful." Astria thought Accelerator was too much of a threat to Wu Yan, so she stood in front of Wu Yan with a serious expression. I have to admit, Astria is very intimidating when she's in combat mode. Accelerator smiled indifferently. He tilted his head back a bit and made an extremely arrogant and disdainful expression. He said with an evil smile, "You're coming too. Well, it doesn't matter. They're all trying to stop me from becoming invincible. I'll just kill them all." Accelerator. Wu Yan suddenly raised his head and looked at Accelerator with a serious expression. "I didn't want to be your enemy." Accelerator couldn't help but smile disdainfully. "I thought that the person who came to stop me would be someone who overestimated himself. It turns out that you can't even be called overestimating yourself. You're just a coward." After saying that, Accelerator continued, "Well, that's normal. After all, I'm Accelerator." When he said this, Accelerator's tone was filled with pride and imperceptible sorrow. Then, he laughed loudly, and his laughter was particularly unpleasant to the ears. Wu Yan glanced at the laughing Accelerator, but he didn't refute the guy's words. Accelerator probably thinks he's afraid of Accelerator's title, that's why he said something like that. He didn't know that Wu Yan said those words because Accelerator's name will be cleared in the future. That's why Wu Yan didn't save the little girl in the final production first. But it's different now. Even though Accelerator will be cleared in the future, he treated his sister like trash, a puppet, and an existence that can be killed at will. That alone is reason enough for me to beat him up. Accelerator's laughter got softer and softer. He looked at the man and woman in front of him who didn't react at all. He pursed his lips and smiled sinisterly. "Then, before I hunt those mannequins, let's do a warm-up." With that, Accelerator raised his foot and gently stomped on the ground. A violent shock wave spread out. The shock wave spread across the ground. With Accelerator as the center, the ground within a 5-meter radius crumbled into dust. The ground shook violently. Wu Yan and Istria quickly stabilized themselves. They jumped back a few meters and looked at Accelerator at the same time. What a strong destructive power! Tilting his head and smiling evilly, Accelerator softly spat out 2 words. Die! Pebbles floated up from the ground, and after pausing in the air, the pebbles rushed towards Wu Yan and Istria in a frenzy, creating sonic booms in the process. Wu Yan didn't doubt that these pebbles could penetrate his body. He raised his hand and black iron sand shot out from the ground. It wrapped around Wu Yan and formed an iron wall to block the incoming pebbles. Istria's eyes glowed red. A blue and white round shield appeared on her wrist out of thin air. She raised it in front of her. A transparent crystal barrier formed by data extended from the edge of the shield. It covered Istria's body. The pebbles hit the barrier, but they only made a few crackling sounds before disintegrating into dust. Aegis equals 1, area of effect shield. Istria's strongest shield. Yo, I'm going to start too. After Accelerator's attack was over, Istria roared with vigor. She took out her super photon blade and swung it behind her. Istria! Attack! Istria dashed towards Accelerator at an unimaginable speed. Accelerator's face fell when he saw her speed. The blade landed on Accelerator's body. Istria felt a huge force coming from the hand holding the blade. She was sent flying back at a speed faster than she was flying. Wu Yan helplessly face-bombed. He already told her that she can't attack Accelerator directly, she has to change her strength. Yet, she still slashed at him like a fool, as expected of an idiot. Istria finally remembered Wu Yan's instructions. She lowered her head and flew back to Wu Yan's side. She glared at Accelerator with a huff. Looks like he's blaming someone else for this. Istria's attack should have been reflected back at Accelerator, she should have taken quite a bit of damage. However, there wasn't even a scratch on Istria's body. Accelerator was surprised to see this. You're pretty fast. Looks like your defense isn't bad either. Accelerator's mocking smile disappeared. He looked at Istria with a dark expression. However, your attack is useless. He spread his hands, and the surrounding atmosphere suddenly fluctuated. Under Accelerator's control, a huge tornado quickly appeared around him, revolving around his body. Play with me for a bit longer. Don't die so quickly. Accelerator looked at Wu Yan and Istria. Then, the tornado headed towards Wu Yan. Why me? Of course, no one could answer this question. The black waves turned into a similar tornado, but this one was black in color. It had nothing to do with wind, it was just a sand wave made of iron sand. The iron sand tornado collided with the real tornado. Wind and waves spread out in all directions. The two tornadoes cancelled each other out. They didn't deal any damage to each other. However, the ground shook and rocks rained down on Wu Yan. A golden figure stood in front of Wu Yan. He raised his small round shield and a data shield appeared at the same time, blocking all of the rocks. Wu Yan saw Istria blocking Accelerator's attack for him. He clenched his fist and an iron sand sword formed in his palm. Wu Yan rushed out from Istria's side and appeared in front of Accelerator in an instant. The man appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. Accelerator was surprised. Of course, he was surprised by the man's speed. How are these two so fast? However, Accelerator didn't care about the iron sand sword coming at him. Instead, he flashed Wu Yan a disdainful smile as if he's mocking something. With Reflect, who can hurt him? The black iron sand sword stabbed viciously at Accelerator's chest. When it came into contact with Accelerator, the iron sand sword was shattered by an unknown force. Accelerator looked at Wu Yan's hand and was stunned. With the strength of the other party's attack just now, after it was reflected, that hand should have been crippled. Why was it completely fine? He quickly threw this thought to the back of his mind. His attack was ineffective anyway, it's useless. Accelerator grinned at Wu Yan. His grin is ugly. He lifted his leg and the place where Wu Yan is standing was enveloped by a cloud of dust. Wu Yan stepped back and quickly retreated. He looked at his hand that was holding the iron sand sword. It was trembling. The web between his thumb and forefinger was torn. He clenched his fist and ignored the blood flowing out of his wound. Wu Yan gritted his teeth and showed a troubled expression. As expected, it's not easy to change the direction of your attack when it comes into contact with Accelerator's reflect. But, looking at Accelerator not far away, Wu Yan grinned. He shook off the blood on his palm and formed another iron sand sword. It wasn't a complete failure. Wu Yan's hand was still there. That is the best proof. Chapter 210. It hadn't even been a minute since the battle started, but the originally intact rocky ground had been destroyed into a mess, as if it had been plowed by something. The one who did all this is the man standing in front of me, Accelerator. It had to be said that Accelerator's ability was truly terrifying. He only needed to exert a little bit of force, and he could magnify it countless times, causing such great destruction. Any attack that comes into contact with Accelerator will be reflected back at him. Both his attack and defense are terrifying. There's no way to deal with him. Of course, this so-called unsolvable was only relative. At this time, Accelerator's expression was very gloomy because the man and woman standing in front of him were able to withstand his attacks for so long. They said that they wanted to accompany him for a bit longer, but after a while, Accelerator became angry. They should be at least LV5 by the looks of it. Why haven't I heard of them before? Accelerator narrowed his eyes. He didn't want to think about it anymore. His foot stomped on the ground fiercely. With a loud bang, the ground shook once again. The ground that was already in a mess was once again ravaged. Accelerator didn't know how he changed the force he applied. Distorted stone pillars were sent flying from the ground like spikes. They swept through the path between Accelerator and Wu Yan and Astrea. They came crashing towards Wu Yan and Astrea. Black iron sand gushed out from the ground and formed into iron whips around Wu Yan. The iron whips lashed out at the stone pillars and smashed them into smithereens. Ha 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 ha. So what? Accelerator laughed like a madman. He stomped on the ground, causing the ground to tremble violently. More irregular stone pillars shot out from the ground. This time, not only Wu Yan and Astrea are in front of them, even behind them, left and right, irregular stone pillars shot out from the ground and rammed into the two in the middle. Wu Yan was shocked. So was Astrea. If she could use her wings, this attack wouldn't be a problem. But it's too late to use her wings. The irregularly shaped stone pillars that were attacking them from all directions quickly arrived beside the two of them. Then, they slammed into the two of them. Boom! The four irregular stone pillars collided with each other, creating a loud bang and burying Wu Yan and Astrea's location. Accelerator smiled disdainfully. It was as if he had just killed a chicken instead of a human. His entire being was filled with evil and the taste of a villain. As for what he was thinking, only he himself knew. Accelerator's disdain didn't last long. As a red flame illuminated his expression, the area buried by the irregular stone pillars began to tremble. Red flames were emitted from the middle of the colliding stone pillars. As the red flames were emitted, a powerful saber light shot out from the middle of the irregularly shaped stone pillars. The irregularly shaped stone pillar was smashed into smithereens. Rubble scattered all over the place. Wu Yan and Istria appeared in the midst of the dust storm. Accelerator's expression darkened when he saw them. Wu Yan is holding an item in his hand, a light katana. It's none other than the Nigata no Shana. Using chaotic return to horizon waltz to break the irregular pillars wasn't that hard, but it still made Wu Yan's face covered in dirt. Luckily, this appearance isn't his real appearance. Master, are you okay? Istria didn't seem to care about the dust on her nose as she asked Wu Yan in a hurry. Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh at her antics. I'm fine. Looks like he's fine. Accelerator's voice entered their ears, causing them to frown. Accelerator glanced at the irregular stone pillar that had been blasted apart by the red sword light and turned into a pile of rubble. He clicked his tongue and snorted. This level of attack can't hurt you. Looks like it's not destructive enough. Wu Yan's lips twitched when he heard this. You almost turned this place upside down and you're saying it's not destructive enough, so what if I did? Aren't you still standing there, alive and kicking, provoking me? Accelerator laughed. Gradually, his smile turned into a maniacal laugh. If I become invincible, do you think small fries like you would still dare to provoke me? Accelerator pointed at Wu Yan. All of you want to step on me and steal my title. Even small fries like you who have never heard of me can provoke me, isn't that so? Wu Yan ignored Accelerator's rambling. He looked at Accelerator with pity in his eyes. This guy who can't even dream of getting what he wants is probably the most pitiful of them all. Accelerator didn't know if he was venting or just saying it casually. He snickered when he saw no reaction from Wu Yan and the others. As long as I become invincible, no one will dare to provoke me. Since you want to stop me from becoming invincible, then die. The wind changed direction. The cyclone formed by the violent winds roared and bellowed above Accelerator's head. Master. Wu Yan looked at the cyclone above Accelerator and then at Istria's serious expression. He nodded after a moment of silence. Istria smiled and a data frame appeared in her eyes. At this moment, the whirlwind was already heading towards the two of them. Behind them, there were also huge rocks that covered the sky and covered the earth, falling like meteors. Wu Yan took a step back in the face of such a terrifying attack. He focused his attention on Accelerator Passage. While Accelerator Passage slid, Wu Yan grabbed Nyataniza with both hands. Istria's crimson eyes were filled with sci-fi vibes as she looked at the incoming rocks and wind. Her back trembled slightly and a pair of pure white wings emerged from her back. Wings? Accelerator frowned. He didn't care about Istria's wings. After all, Kikin Taidaku, who always coveted his position, also has wings. He has 3 pairs of wings. Accelerator frowned because he didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling about this. Finally, the cyclone and the falling rocks arrived. Istria let out a shout and flew into the sky. She arrived at the closest point to the cyclone at supersonic speed and slashed with her sword. A bright light shone from the cyclone and Istria's lightsaber. At the same time, Istria sliced the cyclone apart with a single slash. The tornado was sliced apart and turned into wind blades. The wind blades scattered on both sides of the ground. When the tornado was sliced apart, the falling rocks also arrived in front of Istria. Aegis equals 1, area of defense. Activate. Istria's shield shone brightly and a crystal-like wall of data emerged from the shield. She looked at the data in front of her eyes and the shield shone brightly. The range was several times wider than the Aegis equals L, area-type protective shield, that he had used before. Boom. 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 The continuous barrage of boulders slammed into Istria's Aegis, AoE defensive barrier, causing a series of loud explosions before shattering into pieces. The Aegis AoE defensive barrier let out a few muffled thuds, but they couldn't damage Astria's Aegis AoE defensive barrier in the slightest. As the number of large rocks decreased, the small meteorites that were falling from the sky also disappeared. Accelerator's face turned gloomy again. He knew that he had underestimated his opponent again. His strength, attack power, and defense power. Chapter 2:11. Everything returned to normal. Only the scars on the ground told everyone that this place wasn't peaceful at all. Of course, this peace is only temporary. Like a shooting star, a silhouette with a glowing red blade silently appeared in front of Accelerator. Accelerator's expression changed slightly as the red glow of the blade filled his vision. Wu Yan hesitated when he saw Accelerator's expression. He's hesitating if he should use his full strength. If his attack gets reflected, he'll be in big trouble. Of course, in less than a second, Wu Yan tightened his grip on the sword. The hesitation in his eyes disappeared, leaving behind only determination. A bright red glow filled the entire blade of the Nemia Shana. I must succeed this time. Chaotic returned to Horizon Dance, the arc-shaped sword shot towards Accelerator at a very close distance. Accelerator's expression changed slightly before he regained his composure and shouted at Wu Yan, who was standing in front of him. Didn't I tell you? Is it useless? The blade of Chaotic returned to Horizon Dance was stopped by an unknown force just as it was about to land on Accelerator's body. Then, the blade of Light suddenly twisted. The blade of Chaotic returned to Horizon Dance, which was supposed to slash at Fang Tong's chest, changed direction under the influence of an unknown force and slashed at Fang Tong's shoulder. What? Accelerator's expression changed greatly. He reflexively took a step back. After that step, the saber light slashed down on his shoulder. After a loud explosion, Accelerator's location was covered by a cloud of black dust. As for Wu Yan, he leaped and left the area the moment he used Chaotic Return to Horizon Waltz. We did it! Astria cheered in the air. She flapped her wings and drew a beautiful arc in the air. She landed beside Wu Yan and a few pure white feathers floated down from the sky. We won. Master. Astria said happily to Wu Yan. However, Wu Yan only responded with a bitter smile. You won. It's not that easy. Wu Yan looked at the dust-shrouded area in front of him. Astria was taken aback and she quickly turned her head to look at the dust-shrouded area. A breeze blew the dust away. When the dust dissipated, Accelerator appeared in front of Wu Yan and Astria. His body was covered in black dust. He was holding his shoulder with one hand. Blood was slowly flowing out from there. Accelerator lowered his head, making it impossible for others to see his expression. He raised his trembling hand to cover his shoulder. When he saw the blood on it, his vermilion pupils abruptly constricted. Blood. With a hint of shock, confusion, and even more disbelief, he mumbled. He looked at the blood on his hand and suddenly smiled. Ha! Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! As if he had gone mad, Accelerator ignored the burning blood on his shoulder. He looked at the blood on his hand and laughed crazily. Wu Yan tightened his grip on his sword. Astria took a step back and said weakly. You. Did he turn into an idiot? How can he laugh when he's injured? Accelerator raised his blood-stained hand high in front of his face, as if it wasn't blood but a lottery ticket. He laughed crazily. Blood. It's blood. I'm actually bleeding. I'm actually injured. Ha 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 ha, master, what's wrong with him? Astria tugged on Wu Yan's clothes. Accelerator is filled with malevolence and malice. Astria couldn't help but feel a little intimidated by the eerie atmosphere around him. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. He looked at Accelerator in silence. He felt something was wrong with Accelerator. Accelerator's laughter stopped abruptly. He turned to Wu Yan and said expressionlessly, "Hey, you injured me." A monstrous killing intent emanated from Accelerator and enveloped both Wu Yan and Astrea. Astrea was fine, she just narrowed her eyes. Wu Yan, on the other hand, felt a chill down his spine as he furrowed his brows. Wu Yan and Astrea's expression changed. Astrea reacted the fastest. She hugged Wu Yan before he could react. She flapped her wings and flew into the air. In the next second, the place where Wu Yan and Astrea were standing was reduced to rubble. None of the rubble was bigger than a finger. Wu Yan and Astrea looked at the ground in shock. On the ground, with Accelerator as the epicenter, not a single piece of land was left unscathed. Wu Yan gulped. Other than Ikaros, Wu Yan has never seen such destructive power before. Master. Astrea's voice pulled Wu Yan back from his daze. When Wu Yan regained his senses, he looked up. Countless rubble filled his vision. Astrea flapped her wings. Hugging Wu Yan, she couldn't use her Aegis-type shield. She could only rely on her outstanding maneuverability to dodge the incoming rocks. Soon, countless tornadoes appeared behind the rubble and charged towards Wu Yan and Astrea, who are still in midair. "Oh, this is so annoying!" Astrea screamed. She flapped her wings and tried to distance herself from the tornadoes to avoid getting hit by the rubble and tornadoes. The tornadoes have caught up with the speed of the rubble. The tornadoes sucked the rubble into the tornadoes. The tornadoes blew Wu Yan and Astrea's hair into the air. If this continues, it's only a matter of time before they get hit. With Wu Yan as a burden, Astrea can't go all out. Wu Yan shouted. "Astrea! Let go of me." Astrea was stunned for a moment before she shouted, "Master! We are in the air." "All right, don't worry about it. I have a plan. Let go of me." Astrea's expression changed as she hesitated. Her speed actually slowed down for a moment, allowing the tornado to hit her. Startled, Astrea could only grit her teeth and release Wu Yan. She raised her small round shield and activated Aegis equals L, AoE shield. The debris and tornado hit the Aegis area of effect barrier, but they were all stopped. I have to admit, Astrea's defense is definitely on par with Accelerator. After using Aegis equals L to defend against Accelerator's attack, Astrea looked at Wu Yan and she released a sigh of relief. The black iron sand formed a platform in the air. Wu Yan stood on top of the iron sand. Wu Yan was just giving it a try. He controlled the flying iron sand to form a landing point to support himself. He didn't expect it to work. Astrea was happy. She didn't expect Wu Yan to have a plan. However, she was shocked again. She shouted at Wu Yan. "Master! Be careful." At the same time, a figure appeared in front of Wu Yan. He was supported by 4 tornadoes. He looked at Wu Yan with a sinister smile. Wu Yan's pupils shrunk to the size of a pinprick. The only thing he can see is Accelerator's hand that's slowly approaching his face, Accelerator's ability, vector manipulation. He can change the direction of vectors. This includes the direction of a human's blood and the direction of a bioelectric current. If Accelerator touches him, Wu Yan will die. "Master!" Astrea shouted. She ignored the rubble and tornadoes. She deactivated Aegis and flew towards Wu Yan. Chapter 212. Many thanks to Dancing with the Maples for the huge reward. Book friends have created a group, 389999078. If you are interested in chatting with everyone, you can join. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. All that was left was the trembling of the collapsed ground and the roaring of the air. it was as if there were only 3 people left in the world. One was standing on a floating mass of iron sand with a frozen expression on his face. One was riding on 4 tornadoes with a sinister smile on his face. His hand was raised towards that frozen face. One was frantically flapping his pure white wings and flying towards the 2 people who were facing off. Behind him, there were rocks falling from the sky and violent tornadoes chasing after him. At this most dangerous moment, the mental dragon armor in Wu Yan's mind trembled violently. A wave of energy spread out from the small mental dragon armor and passed through Wu Yan's body. A transparent dragon-shaped armor suddenly formed from the energy wave and covered Wu Yan's body. At this crucial moment, it blocked Accelerator's seemingly weak but fatal hand. Accelerator was stunned. The front of his hand was blocked by this strange transparent armor, causing him to be unable to react for a moment. Looking at Accelerator's hand that was blocked by the mental dragon armor, Wu Yan sucked in a breath of cold air. He had never felt that death was so close to him before. The sound of Wu Yan sucking in a breath of cold air woke up Accelerator, who was unable to react. It made him realize that his attack was blocked once again. Immediately, Accelerator's face turned angry. The hand that was close to the mental dragon armor grabbed fiercely. He instantly used the vector manipulation ability, and the vector in his hand suddenly changed. With a bang, the mental dragon armor that saved Wu Yan's life shattered into countless transparent fragments. They turned into formless waves and returned to Wu Yan's mind. This time, Wu Yan finally realized what was going on. He waved his hand fiercely and slashed Accelerator's body. However, he was quickly sent flying by the reflected force. He smashed into the ground full of rocks and was buried by them. TSK. Accelerator spat when he saw Wu Yan using his own strength to increase the distance between them. His face was filled with displeasure. Compared to injuring his opponent, he wanted to kill him in an instant more. Accelerator's body flashed and he wanted to control the tornado behind him to chase after him. However, at this moment, a figure accompanied by the sound of wind explosions appeared behind him. "How dare you hurt Master?" Astria's expression was cold. The data in her eyes flashed with a cold light. Accelerator's body stiffened. Then, Astria swung her Chrysor, super vibration photon blade, and sent Accelerator flying. "This is impossible." Accelerator's mind was filled with such thoughts as he flew backwards. As he felt the intense pain coming from his body, Accelerator finally understood that his reflection had lost its effect for the second time. The first time was fine. Even though Accelerator's reflection didn't reflect Wu Yan's attack back, it at least changed the direction of the blade that was supposed to hit his chest. This proved that his reflection still worked. But this time, it didn't work at all. Accelerator's consciousness was still in a state where his reflection didn't work. Astria flapped her wings and appeared in front of him again. The data in her eyes flashed coldly. Accelerator's expression changed. Bam! Accelerator was sent flying again after a dull thud. Accelerator's reflex was still effective. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been hit by Astria's Chrysor, super vibrophoton blade, with only a slight pain. When Accelerator was sent flying again, Astria appeared in front of him again with her Chrysor, super vibration photon blade. Bang! 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 Accelerator was sent flying by Astria like a sandbag. He didn't have time to react. Astria's terrifying speed didn't allow Accelerator any time to react. Every time he was sent flying, Astria would appear in front of him and send him flying again. Damn it, Accelerator's reflection couldn't keep him unscathed anymore. Even if he didn't get hit by Astria, he was severely injured. The intense pain turned Accelerator's eyes red. The whites of his eyes were bloodshot. He was enraged to the extreme. His face was distorted. Despite being sent flying again, Accelerator spread his arms. The atmosphere fluctuated with Accelerator's movement. A giant tornado formed at an incredible speed. Under Accelerator's control, it swept towards Astrea. Astrea was furious because Accelerator injured Wu Yan. She ignored the tornado and spread her pure white wings to the maximum. She flew towards Accelerator with terrifying speed. The distance between the angel and the tornado was shrinking. Both of them were moving at an incredible speed. They closed the distance between them in less than a second. A giant tornado descended upon them. Astrea remained expressionless. She raised the small round shield in her left hand and activated Aegis equals L, area of effect shield. Astrea braced herself against the tornado with Aegis equals 1, area of effect barrier. She flapped her wings and the Aegis equals 1, area of effect barrier, tore the tornado apart. Suddenly, the angelic girl in the sky braved through the tornado and tore it apart. Then, she rushed toward Fang Xingjian without slowing down in the slightest. Accelerator's expression changed again and again. However, he couldn't stop Astrea from coming. The angel wielding the lightsaber mercilessly sent him flying again. After several hits, Accelerator finally coughed up a mouthful of blood. He crashed into the ground and got buried under the rubble. He suffered the same fate as Wu Yan. Astrea didn't even pant after such an intense exercise. She glanced at the spot where Accelerator landed with an indifferent gaze. Bam! The rubble that buried Accelerator's body exploded. Accelerator stumbled and stood up shakily from the rubble. It was obvious that he had taken quite a bit of damage. Feeling the sharp pain and powerlessness in his body, Accelerator almost didn't dare to believe that he, who had never been injured before, had suffered all the injuries that he should have suffered in the first half of his life today. Not only did that man injure him, even that woman who could fly almost broke his bones. Accelerator coughed up another mouthful of blood as he looked at the angel in the air. His clothes and mouth were stained with blood. Accelerator trembled as he looked at himself. I know I'm not strong enough. I'm not strong enough. If I'm strong enough, I won't get hurt. If I'm strong enough, those ants won't appear. If I'm strong enough, no one will provoke me anymore. If I'm strong enough, no one will hurt me anymore. It would be great if I was invincible. That way, there wouldn't be people who overestimate themselves and come here to be hurt by me. If I have to hurt people, then I'll hurt them until the day I become invincible. I will become invincible. A crazy roar resounded through the night sky. A gust of wind began to swirl around Accelerator's body. Accelerator unleashed all his computing power and began to manipulate the wind in the air. Inside Academy City, some of the windmills that were set up on the roadside or outside the building started to spin wildly, as if they were malfunctioning, swinging around randomly. The wind in Academy City was visibly blowing towards a certain direction, and the center of this direction was the directional passage. The howling wind gathered together under Accelerator's manipulation. Under Astrea's shocked expression, a small ball of white ions appeared at the center of the wind. Chapter 213. Wu Yan was buried in the rubble. Wu Yan looked like he's asleep as he laid quietly on the rock that buried him. His consciousness is hazy and even his breathing is getting labored. Even though his body was in pain, Wu Yan was unable to regain his senses. Not only did he not care about the pain, he allowed it to wreak havoc in his body. So tired. So tired. I want to sleep. This was the only thought in Wu Yan's muddled mind. This thought almost covered up the pain and suffocation he felt from the rubble. The mental dragon armor was broken. Even though Accelerator's fatal attack was blocked because of it, the mental dragon armor could not be used for a period of time. Therefore, Wu Yan's slash with all his strength was reflected back to him by Accelerator's armor. In addition, the impact of Wu Yan crashing into the ground, unlike Accelerator, Wu Yan didn't have vector manipulation, so he couldn't reflect the impact like Accelerator did. He had to take the full brunt of the impact, and his body took quite a bit of damage. At this moment, he was buried in the pile of rocks. The pain and suffocation took away all the strength in his body. It also made his head become muddle-headed. He just wanted to faint like this and be done with it. Just as he was about to fall asleep, a gust of wind howled above him, giving him a bit of time to recover from his fainting slumber. So noisy, Wu Yan struggled to open his eyes, but what appeared in front of him was boundless darkness. Only his ears could hear the wind howling above him. "Can you not be so noisy? Can't you let me sleep? Who turned on the fan so loudly? Sigh, I don't care anymore. I'll just sleep. TSK, why does my body hurt so much?" He struggled to open his eyes and he slowly closed them again. Wu Yan just wanted to go back to sleep this time and not let anyone wake him up because he is really, really tired. Unfortunately, the heavens were against him. An emotionless mechanical voice rang just as Wu Yan was about to fall asleep. Ding. Mission 1 completed. Obtained 100,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, and summoning points. Mission 1. Equipment points. Item points. Ability points. Summoning points. What is this? Oh, right, this is my mission. Mission 1. I think it's to save all the sisters? Now it's done. That means Mikoto, Chuju, and Ikaros have already saved all the sisters? As expected of them, Wu Yan, who was about to pass out, suddenly started fighting against the endless drowsiness. He fought back against the pain and suffocation and fought for strength in his body. Mikoto and the girls already succeeded, how can I fail? Wu Yan's body shook, his eyes shot open and he tightened his grip on the Nyetan Temple Shana. On the ground, Accelerator stood still. The shattered rocks around him had been blown away by the wind he had summoned. The ground that was full of shattered rocks was instantly cleared out, revealing an open space for the rock plate. Using his ability, Accelerator gathered all the wind in Academy City. A small silver-colored ion ball was slowly being formed from the gathering wind. More and more wind gathered here to replenish the silver-colored ion ball. As the ion ball got bigger and bigger, Accelerator's face got crazier and crazier. On the spur of the moment, Accelerator had used vector manipulation to control the wind in the entire Academy City, but he hadn't expected that he would come up with something like this. However, Accelerator wasn't surprised at all. Instead, he was very excited because he could feel how powerful this ion ball is. Ha 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 ha! Accelerator laughed out loud in excitement as he watched the sphere of ions growing larger and larger above his head. This time, he would definitely be able to blast that winged woman into smithereens. In mid-air, Astria's face hurt from the strong wind. She raised her hands to shield her face. The wings on her back let out a whine. The pure white feathers were blown to the ground by the wind. The wings she was proud of became Astria's biggest obstacle. The surface area was too big and the wind was too strong. Astria couldn't get close to Accelerator. She could only watch as the dangerous ion ball got bigger and bigger. Astria tried her best to pull her wings together to support her body. She didn't want to get blown away. That was the only thing she could do. She could feel how terrifying the ion cluster above Accelerator's head was. To be honest, even with Aegis equals 1, area-type protective shield, she didn't have absolute confidence that she could block that ion cluster. From this, one could see how terrifying Accelerator is. In terms of level, Astria is much higher than him. However, in terms of strength, Astria only has the upper hand. If the battle had dragged on like this, Astria would have won. However, with Accelerator's use of the plasma ball, the situation has become a little unclear. Unable to move forward, Astria couldn't stop the ion ball from forming. She could only raise her small round shield and hope her Aegis equals L, area of effect barrier, can block it. It's useless. Accelerator laughed maniacally and shouted at Astrea, who was in midair. Even if you have the same defense as me and can block 1, can you block 2? Or 3? With my computing power, I can use this attack 4 or 5 times. Are you confident you can block 4 or 5 of these attacks? Astrea didn't say anything. She raised her small round shield with determination. She silently expressed her determination. Accelerator's smile faded. His expression turned serious. He clenched his fist and the wind gathered even faster. Master, Astrea looked at the ion ball. Wu Yan's gentle smile flashed in her mind. Her expression became more determined. I can block it. The ion ball has grown to the size of a wash basin. Its power is getting stronger and stronger. Astrea's expression darkened. More. More. Accelerator tried his best to control the wind and infuse it into the ion ball. Just a little bit more and the power of the ion ball will be enough to tear apart Astrea's Aegis equals L, area of effect barrier. Suddenly, a red sword beam shot out from a pile of rubble. It turned the rubble into dust. Almost at the same time, an orange beam of light shot out from the pile of rocks towards the cluster of ions above Accelerator's head. The orange beam was none other than the railgun. Under Astrea and Accelerator's shocked gazes, the railgun slammed into the plasma ball that hadn't formed yet. Endless light flashed from the collision between the two sources of light. As the light flashed, the railgun self-destructed and neutralized the plasma cluster. What? With the disappearance of the ion cluster, the gale also dispersed and disappeared. Astrea and Accelerator looked towards the direction where the railgun came from. When they saw the scene, their faces changed. Astrea was happy while Accelerator was gloomy. His clothes were tattered and his body was covered in dust. Wu Yan was panting heavily. He stood there with great difficulty. He held his sword in one hand and his other hand was held flat. Blue and white electric arcs flashed on his hand. Master! You bastard! Yes! The one who used the railgun is Wu Yan. Wu Yan tried his best to stabilize his wobbly body. He was panting heavily. His face was pale. It's unknown if it's because of the railgun or because of the damage he received. However, he still had a smile on his face. I haven't fallen yet. Chapter 2:14. Accelerator's last resort was destroyed by Wu Yan's railgun. Accelerator's face turned green. He glared at Wu Yan with murderous intent. He wanted to tear Wu Yan apart. Gasping for air, he closed one of his eyes due to the pain in his body. His body wobbled and he almost fell on his butt. Taking a full blow from his own attack and crashing into the ground from the air, he was hit by countless large and small stones. This was no joke. If it was an ordinary person, such damage would be enough to kill him several times over. Plus, he was buried underground for a long time. He was short of oxygen. His body was sending out signals of weakness. Wu Yan relied on his willpower to support himself. The railgun used up quite a bit of Wu Yan's strength. Even if he's LV5 and met the requirements to use railgun, he couldn't take it anymore. He stumbled and fell to the ground. A pair of delicate hands reached out from the side and caught Wu Yan. They stabilized Wu Yan. Master! Are you okay? Looking at Astrea's worried expression, Wu Yan smiled weakly at her. I'm fine. Wu Yan looked at Accelerator. He was surprised when he saw Accelerator's blood-soaked clothes. He asked Astrea. Astrea, can you attack Accelerator? Yes. Master. Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief. Since Istria found a way to counter Accelerator's reflection, as long as he doesn't let Accelerator use his plasma balls, defeating him shouldn't be a problem. Thanks to the fresh air, the suffocating feeling subsided a lot. Wu Yan also regained a lot of his strength. He broke free from Istria's grasp. Istria, you will be the main attacker. Wu Yan looked at Accelerator and said to Istria. I can probably use the railgun one more time. I will find an opportunity to support you. You will find an opportunity to defeat Accelerator. Yes, Master. She wanted Wu Yan to rest so she could deal with that Accelerator guy. But, looking at Wu Yan's pale face, she couldn't do anything to stop him. She could only agree with him. Wu Yan hesitated for a moment. Don't kill him. Istria flinched when she heard this. Doubt appeared in her crimson eyes, but she didn't ask anything. Whatever Wu Yan says, it is what it is. She held a coin in her hand and activated her computing power. However, she didn't use it yet. Instead, she stored it up. Go! The Chrysor shot out from her gauntlets again. Istria swung the Chrysor and charged towards Accelerator. Accelerator's expression changed. He knew his reflection was useless against the girl in front of him. He didn't want to take another hit from Istria. He stomped on the ground. A large amount of rubble rolled up from the ground. It wrapped around Accelerator's body tightly. At the same time, Accelerator spread his arms and summoned a tornado towards Istria. The tornado didn't pose any threat to Istria at all. Istria didn't even need to use her Aegis-type barrier. She tilted her wings and dodged the tornado easily. Accelerator looked at the bloody wound on his chest in disbelief. When he felt the pain, his eyes widened and he fell to the ground. Ding! Mission 2 completed. Obtained the reward of summoning a random character. Please use the summoning interface. Ding! Mission 3 activated. The completion of Quest 2 and the activation of Quest 3 rang at the same time. Wu Yan knew that Accelerator has been defeated by them. Heaving a sigh of relief, a deep sense of exhaustion rushed into his mind. His head swelled and he closed his eyes. He didn't even have time to look at Mission 3 before he collapsed on the ground just like Accelerator. Before he lost consciousness, Wu Yan vaguely saw Istria rushing towards him from the sky and 3 familiar silhouettes running towards him from afar. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.